did one push, which you just find something like a tent or that sign.
Okay.
You zoom in on that and hit this button when it's not grayed out, and then it'll give you a temperature read. But he wants it on auto, so yeah, it's just this white balance. And I'm sure it's already on auto, but just make sure. Alright, I'm just going to take down mine so you can just hang out. Alright.
Today's WIAA event is brought to you by the Wisconsin Department of Transportation. You can change the future by driving safely in Wisconsin. Help turn over 500 annual deaths into zero.
Army ROTC, we are about 5 minutes away from the scheduled opening of the stadium this morning. We'll give you a countdown with a couple of minutes to go, but about 5 minutes from the scheduled opening for the stadium. Army ROTC gate personnel, 2 minutes from the scheduled opening for the stadium this morning, 2 minutes. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is 8:30. Army ROTC WIAA personnel, the gates can be opened. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Veterans Memorial Field here at UW La Crosse.
Today's WIAA event is brought to you by the Wisconsin Department. Today's WIAA event is brought to you by
Forget about this. We're the only ones that come upward instead of downward.
Exactly.
Association will be around the track area to help you with where your specific warm-up area for sprints and hurdles are.
Today's WIAA event is brought to you by the Wisconsin Department of Transportation. You can change the future by driving safely in Wisconsin. Help turn over 500 annual deaths into zero. Zero in Wisconsin, a vision.
officials at the information table area on the west side underneath the main grandstand. All shot put and discus implements you intend to use must be weighed and inspected prior to competition. Athletes, those of you in the track area, please remember lanes 1 and 2 all the way around the track should be kept open for general jogging warm-ups. Athletes, those of you on the track area, please keep lanes 1 and 2 open for general jogging warm-ups around the entire track area. Athletes in sprint, in relay, and in hurdle events, please see a member of the Wisconsin Track Coaches Association. They will get you to your respective warm-up areas on track.
Today's WIAA event is brought to you by the Wisconsin Department of Transportation. You can change the future by driving safely. Today's WIAA event is brought to you by the Wisconsin Department of Transportation. You can change the future. Today's WIAA event is brought to you by the Wisconsin Department of Transportation. You can change the
There you go. All right. Excuse me. 1 2 1 2.
Good evening, hockey fans.
Yeah. 1 2 1 2. J J J. 1
I've
2
learned
3
what
4
not to
5.
say a couple years ago at
Yeah.
moments like this. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I learned. The sensitivity classes are working very well. On a foggy day at the Bluffs.
Oh.
Welcome to the 199th running of the WIAA track meet. Jay, you and I were here for the first one.
Well,
boy, this thing has gotten big over the years.
that Don Gehrman performance that day was something special. No, we don't have him yet. Oh, you got him.
Today's WIAA event is brought to you by the Wisconsin Department of Transportation. You can change the future. Today's WIAA event. Driving safely in Wisconsin. Help turn over 500 annual deaths into zero. Zero in Wisconsin. A vision we can all live with. Rural Mutual Insurance.
Testing 1 2. Test test test.
Remaining 15 minutes of on-track warm-up
Morning in
time
the Crosse.
remaining this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, 25
Testing 1
minutes
2 3.
from the opening
I'm
ceremony.
told
From the beginning
Todd,
of
good morning to you.
competition
We
this
look
morning
forward to your
speed.
visit. Testing, testing, testing. In fact, Todd, if you got it, can you give me the password for Wi-Fi? Might as well make this a useful test.
Today's WIAA event is brought to you by the Wisconsin Department of Transportation. You can change the future by driving safely in Wisconsin. Help turn over 500 annual deaths into zero. Zero in Wisconsin, a vision we can all live with. Rural Mutual Insurance, proud sponsor of the WIAA Sportsmanship Award. Citizenship, sportsmanship, and character. That's the WIAA Rural Insurance Sportsmanship Award. Today's WIAA event is brought to you by the Wisconsin Department of Transportation. You can change the future by driving safely in Wisconsin. Help turn over 500 annual deaths into zero. Zero in Wisconsin, a vision we can all live with. Rural Mutual. Today's WIAA event is brought to you by the Wisconsin Department of Transportation. You can change the future by driving safely in Wisconsin. Help turn over 500 annual deaths into zero. Zero in Wisconsin, a vision we can all live with. Rural Mutual Insurance, proud sponsor of the WIAA Sportsmanship Award. Citizenship, sportsmanship, and character. That's the WIAA Rural Insurance Sportsmanship Award.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we ask you to please join Holland Cabot from Onalaska High School in the singing of our national anthem.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 2012 WIAA State Boys and Girls Track and Field Championships from Veterans Memorial Field Sports Complex on the campus of the University of Wisconsin-La Crosse. Great to have you along on fswisconsin.com. Bill Brophy, Jay Wilson with you here to take you through the 117th version of the Boys State Track Meet, the 43rd edition for the girls. And boy, Brof, I tell you, great competition and great weather. Should be a fantastic couple of days ahead.
Yeah, we woke up to fog, but the sun has burned that fog out, and it's a beautiful setting. Always is, but the bluffs in the distance, and La Crosse has done a great job of renovating a stadium which has become synonymous with hosting a spectacle, and crowds coming in, and really perfect conditions for the athletes. Cool, warming up, and sunny.
52 degrees right now, winds out of the north-northwest at 6 miles an hour. Humidity 84%, but again, a great day that not too strong of a wind, so hopefully this all holds up. And beautiful La Crosse bluffs in the background. We are ready to go with this edition of the State Girls Track Meet. We'll start off today with the Division I competition in the morning. Divisions 2 and 3 will compete in the afternoon. Many of the events today will be preliminaries, qualifying for finals tomorrow, but we will have some final events, including our first one, which will be the girls' 3,200 meter relay for Division I. Right now they're organizing the relay teams down at the start-finish line, and soon they will be advancing down the track to take their marks and get ready to go here for another state competition.
In girls D1, Milwaukee Bradley Tech is your defending team champion. They had 64 points a year ago, 24 more than Arrowhead, the runner-up. You look at the D1 field, Ashwaubenon and Bayport and Verona have the most qualifiers with 11, including relays, and you'll meet those relay teams shortly. Neenah has 10 qualifiers, and it looks like we're ready to go with the first event to start things off.
Division I girls 4x800 meter relay. We'll have 2 sections of the timed finals. 12 teams will compete in both sections. Let's take a look at the lane assignments for Section 1. In Lane 1, it'll be Whitefish Bay. Lane 2, Brookfield Central. Pulaski runs out of Lane 3. La Crosse Central out of Lane 4. Wisconsin Lutheran in Lane 5. Neenah Lane 6. Lane 7 is Mukwonago. Lane 8, Beaver Dam. Lane 9, Ashwaubenon. Brookfield East in Lane 10. Franklin in Lane 11. And Kimberly in Lane 12. Again, 2 sections of the timed finals. We will compare the best times in both of those sections, and that's who will approach the podium for the awards at the end of the competition.
And something to watch for here. Neenah is the defending champion, even though they're running in the first heat. Conventional wisdom says that the second heat is usually the strongest. Neenah get some more qualifiers in the meet, juggled the relay in the sectional, but she got the option to put together a different relay team in the state tournament, and the group that won it a year ago is running here in the first race of the day. That foursome is Claire Knaus and the Parker girls, Jennifer, Jessica, and Allison Parker.
All right, so again, they'll group them in 3 groups of 4 to start out our race. A bit of a stagger down the first turn. And the final lineup ready to go, and the timer now, the starter now gets the signal that we're just about set, and in just a few moments we'll get this 3,200 girls meter relay, but we have a bit more of a delay as we have one more bit of alignment to take care of, and now it looks like we're just about set to go.
Whitefish Bay has the best qualifying time in this heat, but again, Neenah may be the one to watch for as they attempt to defend their state title in this event.
Clean start, and our first section is underway. Whitefish Bay, Brookfield Central, Pulaski, La Crosse Central, Wisconsin Lutheran, Neenah, Mukwonago, Beaver Dam, Ashwaubenon, and Brookfield East, Franklin, and Kimberly in this first section of the 3,200 meter relay. As they head down to the back stretch, it'll be 2 laps for each runner to make the total of the 3,200 meters. And Neenah has taken the lead as they come around turn 4 for the first lap for this first leg.
Wausau West, which will lead the second heat, has the best qualifying time at 9:37:55.
Whitefish Bay making a charge, and it looks like the Whitefish Bay runner. Well, now Neenah and Whitefish Bay neck and neck. For Neenah, that is Claire Knaus, 9:07 on her bib number. And she'll take the lead around the first turn of the second lap. Now the second leg runners will take their positions at the start-finish line and wait for those all-important handoffs so critical in this relay race. What little wind there is, the runners are going into right now. It's pretty much going left to right as you look at your screen. Now Knaus has opened up a pretty comfortable lead ahead of the second and third place team. And Neenah, with all that great experience, well, they've run in front before, and they certainly are here in section 1 of the 3,200 meter relay for girls Division 1.
Knaus is a junior, and she's, as you said, opened up pretty good margin.
Jennifer Parker up next for Neenah. And Knaus hands to Parker, and the sophomore on her way for a team appropriately called, their nickname, the Rockets. Maria Martinez running in second for Beaver Dam right now. But right now it's Neenah. Parker has opened up a very comfortable lead in the back stretch.
Again, they understand what the state tournament's about and may not have the nerves that some of the other runners have. And if anything, there's probably more nerves involved with running the first event to kick off the meet.
So Parker just about finished with her first circuit around the track. She'll have one more before handing off to the third leg. Again, it's Neenah 1, Beaver Dam 2, Whitefish Bay 3, and then quite a distance back to the fourth place team to the rest of the field, 4 through 12. The state record in this event held by Marinette. Boy, what a great team that was in 1994. Susie St. Clair, Jody Bolin, and the Westfalls, Janet and Jenny. So Neenah looking to post a solid time and see how it compares to the faster seated times in the second section of our 3,200 meters. But right now it's a stroll in the park for Neenah. Claire Knaus took the lead, and Jennifer Parker has now really extended it to almost a turn and a half.
And coming up is Allison Parker, who's the defending champ in the 800. That was the runner-up in 2010 by just 1/100th of a second. So things looking good for the Rockets.
So Jennifer Parker does her job, and now we'll see what Jessica can do. Clean handoff there, and Neenah's on their way. Beaver Dam still holding off Whitefish Bay for second. For Beaver Dam, Morgan Meyer, a sophomore, will get the baton. She's on her way now for Whitefish Bay. It's Alana Blagan, a sophomore, so a lot of underclassmen making their mark in this first section of the 3,200 meter girls relay. Boy, I tell you, Neenah has really pulled ahead. The Parkers have really done a great job. Now it's an entire straightaway, their lead.
Again, they're racing against the clock more than the field here. They posted a 9:08.64 in winning last year. This is the same quartet, so they love to beat that, and they love to put up a number that'll certainly challenge Wausau West and the crew that will compete in Heat 2, Section 2.
3 laps to go in this one. The clock reads 5:40 now as Neenah's looking very strong. Beaver Dam, the second place team, is Still not at the start-finish line, so that gives you an idea of the lead that Nina has built here in Section 1. Whitefish Bay still running in third. Kimberly now pulling into fourth, and they're starting to challenge that Whitefish Bay runner. Meanwhile, at the front, Jessica Parker coming around her final turn, ready to hand off to the anchor leg, and that will be Allison Parker. The sophomore giving the baton to the junior. Here comes Jessica. Final straightaway for her. And now here's the handoff. It's Jessica to Allison, and she's on her way for the final 2 circuits. Beaver Dam still the second place team. The race right now is for third and fourth. Whitefish Bay now pulling ahead a little bit of Kimberly. Now the pack is catching up to the fourth place team, but right now Nina with a huge lead. Beaver Dam running second.
Really, the question is here, they got a chance to approach that state record, I think. They're going to give it a go anyway.
They've got a shot at it, no question. Again,
this
the
is
state
Allison
record.
Parker, the defending champ in the 800, running the anchor leg for Nina.
Again, the state record 9:03:38. And when Parker hits the finish line right now, it'll be 400 meters to go. Well, no surprise that the Parkers are runners. Their mom and dad were both runners. Their brother ran cross country in high school. Allison says she did it in middle school, started running and liked it so much, just kept going. She was 5th in the state in the individual cross country championships as well this year. So the Parkers are running family, and that's on display here in the 3,200 meter relay for sure.
Tell lots of stories like that. You got the McKennas of Edgewood and Madison. A set of triplets in this event.
Parker has given Nina about a 150 meter lead. And here comes Parker around the final turn, and a warm reception from the crowd. They know they've seen something special, and we'll keep an eye on the clock. Again, the state record 9:03:38, and it's going to be real close. Parker brings it home for the Rockets, and my goodness, that wasn't much over 9 minutes. We'll wait for the official time.
And it appears that Nina has set a state record here in Heat 1.
9 minutes 42 hundredths, and that is a state record for the Nina Rockets out of Section 1 in the 3,200.
Here comes the second place finisher right now.
What an effort by Nina.
And what a way to open the 117th WIAA State Track and Field meet.
Can't beat that. Emma Heyer for Beaver Dam crosses the line, and there's the race for third, and they'll all be looking up. Wow, Nina won that race by 33 seconds. 9 minutes, 42 hundredths for the Nina Rockets. Again, Claire Knaus, Jennifer Parker, Jessica Parker, Allison Parker. Yeah, we're off and rolling, aren't we?
My goodness. Well, here's Heat 2, and usually you say the faster runners are in the second section. Well,
good luck.
Yeah. Again, in the seeded times, that is the case. But Wausau West 9:37:55 is a far cry from the 9 minutes, 42 seconds that Nina posted in section 1.
That's a bit of a psychological hurdle. You step up to the line, you see 9:00:42. That's, you know, you've got to be near perfect. Anyway, here's the lineup for Section 2 of the 3,200 meter relay timed finals in Division 1. Wausau West in lane 1, Arrowhead 2, Oconomowoc lane 3, New Richmond out of 4, Verona area out of lane 5. Bayport lane 6. Wausau East out of lane 7. Sun Prairie gets lane 8. Middleton lane 9. Wauwatosa East lane 10. Stoughton lane 11. And Oregon in lane 12. Again, they will group them in 3 groups of 4, stagger them around the first turn, and once they're lined up, we will be ready to go. Again, the time to beat for the state title, 9 minutes, 42 hundredths of a second, set by Neenah. Runners at their marks, and there they go. Again, it's Wausau West, Arrowhead, Economowoc, New Richmond, Verona area, Bayport, Wausau East, Sun Prairie, Middleton, Wauwatosa East, Stoughton, and Oregon in Section 2.
And again, to try to put into perspective what Neenah did, the national record in this event is 8:49.88. So
pretty remarkable.
Again, it's the same for foursome that won the event a year ago. Clarkenhouse and the Parker girls, Jennifer, Jessica, and Alice.
Yeah, and again, Neenah had the fast time of the year coming in at 9:19, so they shaved 19 seconds off their best effort. Well, Section 1 here is a different story, where Neenah jumped out to a huge lead early in Section 1. Section 2, they're all tightly bunched, all 12 runners around the first lap. Oh, I can throw a blanket over them right now. Wausau West leading the way with Michaela Matuszak, a senior. She's getting a strong challenge on the outside for the lead. That's Economowoc running second. Got 11 of the 12 teams right now within about 5 strides of each other. Now we have a new leader coming out of the 4th turn. That's Wauwatosa East who's come on strong. Now Economowoc jumps into second. Let's see if Tosa East can hang on to the lead after the first leg. That was Natalie Schrudowitz, a sophomore, who got the advantage for Wauwatosa East, rather. And now she hands off to Nicole Cashion, a senior. So Wauwatosa East, the Red Raiders, trying to make their mark here in Section 2. Tosa East 1, Economowoc 2, Wausau West 3. That's the running order right now in Section 2.
And you'll be able to see lots of field events going on in the foreground. It's a very active place. University of Wisconsin lacrosse or Roger Herring Stadium.
Yeah, it's organized chaos, there's no question. We'll have 3,000 competitors, about 20,000 spectators estimated here. Then first couple of days of the state meet, and now Economowoc pulls into first place. Wausau West looks to make a move to grab second. Hannah Heitvogel for Economowoc, the senior, has the lead, but now she has a lot of company. Ellie Herdina for Wausau West now jumps in front. But she's challenged, and the lead now goes to Arrowhead. But again, the time is the important thing. Neenah has posted 9:00:42, and that's really the big chase that they're going after.
And this pace does not appear to be one that will challenge the Rockets. So in essence, they're running for second place in this section.
Now Wausau West goes back in front. It's been a Very competitive section. We're just about halfway through. Third leg runners are lined up to get the batons, and look at that battle between Arrowhead and Wausau West. Anybody's race now. Taylor McDowell has it for Arrowhead. And Sarah Poirier for Wausau West now running in front for the Warriors.
The Poirier name, pretty familiar to followers of Warriors athletics. Her brother Robbie was on the state championship hockey team a few years back.
Right now Poirier battling McDowell for the lead, and they've opened up quite a distance between themselves and the third place team. As they come around turn 4, this group will have one more lap to go, and then they'll hand off to the anchor leg in the 3,200 meter relay for girls in Division 1. And now McDowell takes a stride lead as they head to the start-finish line. 5:50 the time as they have 3 laps to go. And the wind not much of a factor. It's more of a refreshing breeze than anything right now.
And the temperature's in the 50s, so the Brenners have to appreciate this. The high today anticipated to only be 70.
Yeah.
We have seen some muggy days here and some plain flat-out warm days here, so this has to be refreshing to the runners. And let me correct myself, we are at Veterans Memorial Field Sports Complex, and it is Roger Herring Field, named after the former football coach at UWL.
A great football coach, Roger Herring. All right, McDowell heads around turn 4, and she's opened up a couple of strides. Well, more than that, about a 4-stride lead on Poirier for Wausau West. Let's see who's going to get the final leg for Arrowhead. That's going to be Jackie Dubnicka, the talented sophomore. She's on her way. For Wausau West, it's Marissa Matuszak.
We'll see if the sophomore can hold off the senior.
Well, Jackie Dubnicka has had some great success in her career, second behind Allie Fons in the state cross-country meet. Only a sophomore, Jackie Dubnicka, and she's maintaining her advantage over Matuszak. But again, the clock is the real competitor right now. And I think you're right. It would. I don't know that they're in that 9-minute area, but we shall see. This race is all about Arrowhead and Wausau West. Matuszak trying to keep tabs with Dubnicka. Final lap.
Yeah, they're racing for second place. And they will better the Beaver Dam mark of 9:33 from the first section.
Now Matuszak has even built a stride or two lead on the Wausau West runner. Check that, make that. Dubnicka has built a stride or two on Matuszak. And she's looking very confident heading into the final couple of turns here. And Dubnicka continues to extend that lead here with 100 meters to go.
He looks very strong. It appears Arrowhead's going to win this section. And already, Nina is assured of winning the race. But Arrowhead apparently will finish second.
And it will be 9:19 the time for Arrowhead. Here comes Wausau West. They'll hold on for second in this section. So a fine race there by Arrowhead and Wausau West to finish 1-2, but they'll be a ways behind Neenah. The Neenah Rockets are your state champions in the girls 4x800 meter relay in Division I as the Rockets post a time of 9 minutes and 42 hundredths. Arrowhead second, 9:19.48. Wausau West takes third, 9:23.76. Oconomowoc fourth, 9:25.51. Are you going to tell me when to go, or should we just go? Yeah. All right, next up in the Division I girls competition, the 100-meter hurdles, we will have 3 heats of preliminaries. Our first heat will include Jen Anderson out of lane 2 from Bayport. Lane 3 will have Brookfield East Neenah Dismukes. Lane 4, Alyssa Savela of South Milwaukee. Lane 5 is Alyssa Nelson of Sun Prairie. Danielle Colway of Holman is in lane 6. Haley Rafferty of Neenah's lane 7. Tyler Henderson of Verona area in lane 8. And Grace Brunette from Lake is in lane 9. This is heat 1 of the girls 100-meter hurdles in Division I.
So things happen quickly after the relays started stopping. Boy, talk about starting with a bang. That was pretty spectacular what Neenah did.
And they look so smooth, did Neenah. They such great confidence, and they got the opportunity here at state, and they certainly took advantage of it.
And very impressive.
Okay, we have 8 runners here in heat 1 of the girls 100-meter hurdles. And the runners are just about set to go.
Alyssa Nelson of Sun Prairie in lane 5 with the fastest qualifying time in this heat.
And they're trying to set a mark and qualify for the finals. The race is in the middle of the track. That's lane 5, Alyssa Nelson of Sun Prairie. And boy, look at that push at the end as Danielle Colway from Holman able to take first in that heat.
She's just a freshman, and boy, she exploded.
15:05 her time. Yeah, Nelson had the lead for most of the way. Nelson second, 15:30. So 15:05 by Colway, 15:30 by Nelson, and Sevilla 15:31. So those are the times that they'll be attacking here in the next 2 heats in the 100-meter hurdle. So 15:05 by Colway is the mark. Heat 2, lane 2, Anna McShane from New Richmond. Lane 3, Jackie Butler from Oshkosh West. Tanaya Gully from Kenosha Tremper. Lane 5, Alexis Fuller Stewart. Keep an eye on her. Milwaukee Bradley Tech, she's a senior. Lane 6, Valerie Thames, a junior from Milwaukee Riverside. Morgan Torrance in lane 7, Milwaukee King. Lane 8, Morgan Sabula from Stevens Point. Lane 9, Claire Jordan from Bayport. And keep your eye on lane 5, Alexis Fuller-Stewart.
She's an Illinois recruit, is the defending champ in this event. And she's been bothered this spring by hip and knee injuries. She aggravated that hip problem in the sectionals, but again, she has the second best qualifying time. And she figures to be one of the individual stars of this meet.
She was the first girl to break the 14-second mark for the 100 meters. The state record holder, 13.89 a year ago. So
And
we'll see.
helped Bradley Tech to the team title a year ago.
But again, her goal right here is to qualify for the finals. Clean start. Look at Fuller-Stewart go. Took her 2 hurdles to take the lead. And now she's just pulling away. She just glides over those hurdles, and Fuller-Stewart wins the heat. Now let's see what the time would be.
That was almost
13:90.
effortless.
I guess she's okay. 13:90 for Fuller-Stewart. Valerie Thames second, 14:91. Gully third at 15:26.
My goodness.
13:90.
So I guess, yeah, she answers any questions about her health. That is 1/100th of a second behind the record she set last year in this event. And again, she was just gliding is the right term. Tomorrow, you would think with the state title on the line, she's got a chance to break her own record.
Sure does.
Depending on weather conditions and everything else, but nothing wrong with what she did right there.
Yep, I tell you what, that's exactly what she wanted to accomplish. All right, so 13:90 is now the benchmark for the 100-meter hurdles for girls. Now here comes heat 3. Veronica Porubsky, lane 2 out of Brookfield Central. Lane 3 is Michelle Garner from Greenfield. Danielle Riggins from Kenosha-Tremper in lane 4. Amber Sanderson of La Crosse Logans in lane 5. Kathy Brunette of Grafton, lane 6. Lane 7 is Jenny Hagan of Pius. Lane 8, Haley Bruss of Kimberly. And lane 9, Haley Deshane from Wausau West.
Amber Sanderson, a local girl from La Crosse Logan, has the best time in this heat, 14.01. She's in lane 5.
And watch out for Michelle Garner from Greenfield. She's only 5 feet 2 inches tall, but she can fly. Good battle here. That's Sanderson trying to hold off Riggins. And there's heat 3.
I think she
for the
did.
times.
Local girl
Yep.
wins, much to the delight of the crowd here.
Sanderson 14:56, Riggins 14:67, Brunette 14:94. So they should all qualify for the 100-meter hurdles final tomorrow.
But the best time posted by Alexis Fuller-Stewart. She wins heat 2, and she's the defending champ. We'll see her again tomorrow. In fact, you're going to see her again very shortly, as she's hoping to run the 100-yard dash as well. That's one event away. We have the boys' high hurdles, so she will rest, quote unquote, during that, and then come back to try to qualify in the 100-meter dash.
Yeah, she's one of those runners that whatever people are doing, they stop and watch. Desiree Bryant fell into that category last year. I think Fred Willis from Brookfield Academy fell into that category last year. But you know, she's really one of the big name stars in this meet. And tell you what, she didn't disappoint in that first effort. That's for sure. All right, so they're adjusting the hurdles now. The boys 110-meter hurdles coming up for Division I. Again, Division I competition this morning. That'll go to about 1 o'clock or so. And then we'll be back later in the afternoon with mainly preliminary competitions in Divisions 2 and 3. There will be some final races mixed in there, but
that starts at 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock.
Opening ceremonies at 2:55.
But we'll be with you all day on fswisconsin.com.
And back with you tomorrow at 10:30 for the first running event. And it's all finals tomorrow. Again, the forecast is good. No mention of rain. A little warmer tomorrow. Supposed to be sunny tomorrow.
You know, it's kind of like everybody thinks that there's a big snowstorm during the boys basketball tournament, but statistically, if you look at it, there really isn't. But it just seems like it. And it always seems like there's a big storm and hot weather for this track meet. And it usually is.
I was going to say, that's not an old wives' tale.
Aberration.
Last year was beautiful. I mean, it was a Chamber of Commerce day and big crowd. We saw lots of records fall. The stars came out on the track, and it was a wonderful meet.
Yeah, I remember we left just going, man, that was really something.
Yeah. And we have hopes for tomorrow, too. We got a lot of stars in this event over the next couple days. You met Molly Seidel over the years, the little distance runner from Brookfield Academy. She's try to do something that only Susie Faber Hamilton has done in the history of Wisconsin track.
All right, let's set the field for Heat 1 of the boys 110-meter hurdles. Takuto Kobayashi from Franklin's in lane 2. Mitch Douglas, Brookfield East, lane 3. Cody Michaels, La Crosse Central, lane 4. Vince Beagle, a UW football recruit from Wisconsin Rapids Lincoln, is lane 5. Ryan George, Wisconsin Lutheran, in lane 6. Graham Sua from Holman, lane 7. Kieran Howlett of Marshfield, lane 8. And Nick Veras from West Depeer is in lane 9.
Beagle is the big name here. Just a monster linebacker for Wisconsin Rapids' talented football team. As Jay said, he'll play football for the Badgers. He's a heck of an athlete.
I tell you what, he stands out.
You get a chance to watch him run right here.
First of 3 heats in the preliminaries for the 110-meter hurdles. Everybody's off cleanly. Beagle trips a hurdle, keeps on going. Beagle with a stride and a half lead. Beagle trying to hold off Ryan George from Wisconsin Lutheran, and Vince Beagle will take that heat.
Beagle had the fastest qualifying time at 14.67, and he posts a 14.88 there in winning the heat. Beagle's dad, Rocky, was quite the football player at BYU, and his little brother is one of the premier football recruits in the state this year.
14.89 Beagle, George 14.95, Veras 15.07. So those will likely be the times to keep an eye on as the other 2 heats. They'll now shoot for those numbers to try and find a spot in tomorrow's final in the 110-meter hurdles. A number of hurdles were knocked down by that first heat, but they have been reset now, and when everyone's in line, the officials will raise their flag saying my group of hurdles is good, and just about everybody's flag is up, so we're just about set for the second heat of the boys 110-meter hurdles. And here is your field. Lane 2 is Chris Anderson from Bayport. Joe Buechel from Cudahy is in lane 3. Tyler Smith, Kettle Moraine, lane 4. Sean Michaels, Oconomowoc, lane 5. Lane 6 is Doris Fountain of Madison Memorial. Rashadeen Gray from Whitefish Bay is in lane 7. Nate Polazinski from Kimberly, lanes 8. And Carter Anderson from Superior is in lane 9. They're getting ready for the second heat in the preliminaries of the boys 110-meter hurdles for Division 1.
Sean Michaels, the sophomore out of Oconomowoc, with the best qualifying time in this heat, 14.66. Keith Brown of Wauwatosa West won this event a year ago in a time of 14.28. Keith is graduating.
So opportunity for the rest of the field. The state record, Jay Payton, 1981. Boy, that's a long time for a state record to stand.
For a record event like this.
Jay Payton, Madison West, 14.09. Again, Beagle won the first heat, 14.89. Getting set for the second heat of 3 in the 110 hurdles. Michaels got out of the gate quickly. Fountain from Madison Memorial, though, pulling ahead. Look at Doris Fountain. Can he hold on? Here comes Michaels right back, and Michaels with a late charge just nips Fountain at the line.
I think Fountain stumbled over a turtle. At least got tripped up a tad, or his step seemed to be effective. Fourth in the last hurdle, and that enabled Michaels to come from behind and post the win in the heat.
Well, Fountain actually slipped into third as Anderson went 14.97. Fountain's time also 14.97, but Michaels the winner of the heat at 14.85. That's just a tick ahead of Beagle's 14.89. So those will probably be times that stand up well with one more heat to go. And there you see the times is Anderson from Bayport. There were two Andersons in the race. The Anderson from Bayport was running at 14.97.
That would be Carter Anderson from Superior.
Okay, now here's another look at that last heat. And you see Fountain of Madison Memorial was looking real strong. But watch just to his left. Oh, there were a couple of runners fell down there. Yep, that last hurdle. That's why they call them hurdles. Heat 3, Taylor Gregory, Sheboygan South in lane 2. Rutger Meisker from Janesville Craig, lane 3. Lane 4, Justin Schweitzer, Wilmette Union. Ben Holcomb, Germantown. Alex Shera, Kettle Moraine. Trevor Richard, Stoughton, lane 7. Torin Pebbles, Appleton North, lane 8. And Wade Maleka from Hudson, lane 9. Here they come with heat 3 of the 110-meter hurdles. Ben Holcomb. Ben Holcomb in lane 4. Or maybe 5, make it. Holcomb's going to be the winner of that heat. Now let's see his time.
Yeah, unfortunately, Justin Schweitzer in lane 4 wiped out.
Good time for Holcomb, 14.35. Alex Sherrick of Kettle Moraine second, 14.68. Torin Peebles of Appleton North had third best time that heat, 14.74.
So Holcomb of Germantown posts the best time. And Justin Schweitzer of Wilmot, unfortunately, who had one of the better times, tripped in the first hurdle and then went under the hurdle, was disqualified. Get another look again at this last heat.
Yeah, there you see the fall, and Holcomb led it all the way. It's a pretty good win. So a number of times under the 15-second mark. Those all should be good to go for tomorrow's final, and we'll see how that plays out tomorrow on the boys' 110-meter hurdles. In the meantime, they're handing out some award presentations. Those are the 3,200-meter girls relay winners.
And Nina being honored, setting the first state record in our first final. Again, that Nina foursome of Claire Knaus, Jennifer Parker, Jessica Parker, and Allison Parker repeat, and they do so with an exclamation mark. The record time of 9 minutes, 4,200 seconds in the 3,200-meter relay.
Arrowhead was second, Wausau West third in that race.
They shattered the record by about 3 seconds.
Well, they really did.
Nice way to open up.
Well, again, if you got a day like this, you know, get out of bed, don't have to worry about it all day long. You get going right away. Great job by all the teams on the podium, our first award winners here in the 2012 State Track Meet. Good crowd gathering here. As we said, they expect about 20,000 fans today and tomorrow here in La Crosse. All right, now we're going to go to the girls' 100-meter dash. We have 3 heats. These are preliminaries. Top times will advance to the final tomorrow. Here's the lineup for Heat 1. Lane 2, Hallie Braun from DC Everest. Lane 3 is Lissa Kranz from Mukwonago. Jenny Rathsack, Plymouth, lane 4. Hannah Rohde of Waukesha West is in lane 5. Kat Keller, a senior from New Richmond, is in lane 6. Cassie Goodrich of Union Grove in lane 7. Abby Clement from Reedsburg area, lane 8. And Amber Pethke from New London is in lane 9. This is the first of 3 heats for the girls' 100-meter dash. Kat Keller of New Richmond is in lane 6. Has qualified for state in the 100, 200, and 400. She has the top time of the state in the 400 meters, but we'll see how she does here in Heat 1 of the 100-meter dash. And there they go. Keller battling Kranz from Mukwonago. And that's going to be Keller taking the heat. Kat Keller's time, 12 seconds, 13 hundredths, 12:13 for Keller. Rohde was second, Hannah Rohde, 12:34. And Rathsack of Plymouth, 12:45. So those are the times out of Heat 1.
Yeah, Kat Keller. Fun to watch in the 400. She shows she's not a bad sprinter either.
Keller with a quick start and no bobbles in the 100 meters, so nice job by her. Again, her time 12.13. Kat Keller from New Richmond. Okay, let's go now to Heat 2 of the girls 100-meter dash, Division 1. Lane 2, La Brea Johnson is a senior from Beloit Memorial. Erin Lang is in lane 3, a junior from Kimberly. Lane 4 is Jane Berteri from Germantown, a sophomore. Ngozi Musa, a freshman from Divine Savior Holy Angels. She's really burst onto the scene in her freshman year. She's in lane 5. Alexis Red Triggs from Milwaukee King, lane 6. Sierra Lee's in lane 7. She's from Madison La Follette. Maggie Slater of Janesville Craig is in lane 8. And Taylor Davidson from Wapaka will run out of lane 9.
Musa, one of 2 runners to break 12 seconds coming into this. She's the top seed in Heat 2, and you'll meet Alexis Fuller Stewart. We've already met her. She won the hurdles or had the best time in the hurdle event. She's also gone under 12, and she'll be in Heat 3.
Yep, Fuller Stewart won the sectional title, just edging Musa. And here comes Musa out of the blocks, and she is a strong runner. Battle there from Red Triggs, and Musa will hang on with a lean at the tape. But what a late push there by Alexis Red Triggs to make it interesting. Now let's see those all-important times. Musa wins at 12.36. Red Triggs 12.38. So only 2/100ths of a second separating those runners. And Berteri 12.63.
Yeah, get used to hearing about Ngozi Musa, just a freshman. Out of Divine Savior, she wins Heat 2 and qualifies for the final.
There you see it again. I always wonder how, you want to qualify, you want to get the time, So I don't know if Musa was at full throttle all the way there or not.
Yeah, she appeared to be aware of where she was in the track in the lead, and of course you always want to win. But appears to have a little gas left in the tank.
Okay, there you see the times out of the second heat. Check that. Let's now set the lane assignments for Heat 3 of the 100. Emily Reichenberger, Oshkosh West, lane 2. McKenna Getz from Madison Memorial's in 3. Jackie Baldwin, Kenosha Bradford, lane 4. Alexis Fuller Stewart in lane 5, Milwaukee Bradley Tech. Ambria Avery, Wisconsin Lutheran, lane 6. Janana Martin from Nicolay, lane 7. Lauren Magnuson, Superior, lane 8. And Kaylin Neal of Green Bay East, the senior, out of lane 9. And Alexis Fuller-Stewart out of lane 5. Let's see how she does in the 100.
She has the best time in the state at 11.49.
Fuller-Stewart was impressive in the 100-meter hurdles. 13.90. It looks like she's going to do the same thing in the 100. Wow, look at her go. My goodness. What a stride. Alexis Fuller-Stewart wins in a breeze, and her time's going to be pretty good, too.
I think he used the term glide as she went earlier.
Whoa. 11:74.
11.38 is the state record set by Desiree Bryant last year. And you got to think Alexis Fuller-Stewart knows that.
Yeah.
She may take a run at that tomorrow, but she's going to be there as she wins the Heat 3 easily.
Avery second, 12.51, and Baldwin third at 12.61. Look at Alexis Fuller-Stewart. She just exploded out of the blocks, and it takes her about 2 steps to get going, and she's at full speed.
Again, Alexis Fuller-Stewart, one of the stars we were watching coming into this meet, and she has done nothing except impress in the early going on Friday.
No question. All right, now we go to the boys 100-meter dash in Division 1. 3 heats in that as well. Riley Gebeline from Marshfield is in lane 2. Matthew Duck, Milwaukee, Washington, lane 3. Najee Allen from Sheboygan North is lane 4. Kwan Reynolds from Pius, lane 5. Tyrone Galvin, Madison East, lane 6. Matt Archambault, Reedsburg, lane 7. Tyler Lewis of Anago, lane 8. Zach Rothering of West Apira in lane 9. One of the big stories of this meet is who's not in the 100 for boys. That's Jalen Gilly from Milwaukee Riverside.
He's the defending champ, ran a 10.74 in winning this a year ago, but unfortunately he pulled a hamstring in the sectionals and is not here. So it's pretty wide open. Joe Abernathy of Kettle Moraine has the best qualifying time. You'll see him in Heat 3.
Runners taking their marks for the first of 3 heats of the boys 100-meter dash.
Excuse me, it's John Abernathy. Didn't mean to botch the leader in times in the state.
And here we go. Galvin of Madison East with the early lead. Tyrone Galvin pulling away, trying to hold off Rothering from West Apira, and I think Tyrone Galvin got it. So a win for the east side of Madison.
Indeed.
10.93 for Tyrone Galvin. Rothering on the outside posted 11.02 from West Apira. And there you see the rest of the times filling in. Reynolds 11.05. Archambault 11.11. And the rest in heat number 1. Tyrone Galvin out of lane 6 in the purple and gold for Madison East. Galvin, a great football player for the Purgolders, and showing his stuff on the track as well. He'll likely qualify for the finals tomorrow, but again, we have 2 more heats to go. 10.93, a pretty good start. All right, here we go with Heat 2. Raphael Triplett of Beloit Memorial will run out of lane 2. Chasen Brown of Germantown, lane 3. Sam Bauer of Greendale, a junior, lane 4. Lane 5 is Tyler Parker from Verona area. He's a senior. R.J. Shelton of Beaver Dam is a junior. Brandon Capel from Nicolay is in lane 7. Jeremy Robinson of Marshfield, lane 8. And Jake Wallenfang of Green Bay Preble, lane 9.
You might have heard of Parker and Shelton. They were Big time running backs in football in the fall. Parker played for Verona. He'll play at Mankato next year. You'll see Parker as part of Verona's relay team later on as well with a bunch of football players. And Shelton is verbally committed already to Michigan State. He's a good one. He had both those kids had over 2,000 yards rushing.
Didn't you see him have a game?
I did see Shelton have a wonderful game. Ran for over 300 yards.
Yeah.
And 5 touchdowns tonight I have.
And here we go. Looks like Shelton had a little stumble out of the start. Wallenfang on the outside. Boy, it is going to be a tight finish, and I think it's going to be lane 6. I think R.J. Shelton came back from a slow start to just win it at the tape, but it was close. It was Shelton. 11:01. Robinson in lane 8, 11:06. Wallenfang lane 9, 11:08. So that's one of those rare cases where the outside lane's quite a factor. But boy, everybody's within 0.3 of a second.
That's a good race.
Yeah.
R.J. Shelton of Beaver Dam, a junior, wins the heat.
So Galvin's 10:93 in the first heat, still standing up as we take another look at the second heat. And Shelton was a little slow out of the gate, but boy, he recovered nicely. Here you see how close the finish it really was. All right, let's go to heat 3, boys 100-meter dash. Dylan Martinez of Holman will be in lane 2. Nick Taylor, New Berlin Eisenhower, lane 3. Xavier Jansen, Muskego, lane 4. John Abernathy, Kettle Moraine, lane 5. Weston Guilfoyle from Kimberly's in lane 6. Douglas Manning of Milwaukee Riverside in lane 7. Justin Held of Delavendarian is in lane 8. And Chris Thiel, Appleton East, will run out of lane 9 in heat 3 of the boys 100-meter dash.
And again, Abernathy in lane 5, he's a sophomore out of Kettle Moraine, has the best qualifying time at 10.62.
Right now the time to beat is Tyrone Galvin's 10.93. R.J. Shelton of Beaver Dam won the second heat at 11:01. But again, they're trying to make that field for tomorrow. The final 9 for the 100-meter dash. Here comes heat 3. Well, one of the runners obviously has not made the call to the start. Xavier Jansen of Muskego did not run, but Weston Guilfoyle of Kimberly sure did.
My goodness.
Guilfoyle posts a time of 10.94.
So Galvin edges him by 100th of a second, but Guilfoyle certainly qualifies for the finals on Saturday by winning the heat.
Well, I tell you, somebody's going to miss out on that final by just a little bit, because there's a whole bunch of times in that 11.1 area. So again, Jansen didn't start the race, and Guilfoyle pulled ahead of Manning for the victory. Okay, so those are the preliminaries in the boys 100-meter dash. In just a little bit, we'll have another finals competition. That's the boys 1,600-meter run. They'll get the starting block set, and we'll have 2 sections of the 1,600 meters for boys in just a little bit. Time for the boys' 1,600-meter run final in Division I. We have 2 sections, 12 runners in the first section. 13 will go in Section 2. Here's the lineup for Section 1. Garrett Bruni of Baraboo, A.J. Kitchen from Beaver Dam, Zach Hansen from Kenosha-Tremper, Spencer Hurakai from Janesville Craig, Eric Cantanega from Racine Horlick, J.P. Nelson, Eau Claire Memorial, James Fredrickson, Racine Case, Evan Walpole, Superior, Nikolai Grabowski, Franklin, Taylor Floyd Muse from Wauwatosa West, Wilson Hacker, Madison West, and Alexander Buss, a senior from Shawano Community, and they are off and running on Section 1 of the boys' 1,600-meter run, 4 times around the track here at UW-La Crosse.
Jared Brunny has the best qualifying time in this section. Jared's a senior out of Baraboo who went 4:29.12 in the sectional. Russ Sandvold of Arrowhead is the defending champ, and you'll see him in Section 2. He's got the best qualifying time in the state.
All 12 runners pretty tightly grouped here to start. Bruni from Baraboo leads it. Taylor Floyd Muse from Wauwatosa West currently running second. Front straightaway, the first of 4 laps here on the boys' 1,600-meter run, Division I, Section 1. Now Zach Hansen from Kenosha-Tremper makes a move into third. There you complete the first lap, and again the Baraboo runner still leading the way, a quarter of the way through.
The record holder in this event is Gabe Jennings out of Madison East. Went on to compete at the world-class level. 4:04.97. Jennings ran this event in 1997.
Had a great collegiate career at Stanford.
Yep.
Garrett Bruni still leading the way, but Zach Hansen now of Kenosha-Tremper in second, and looks like Hansen got to the outside, and he'll move into the lead as they come down the front stretch, completing the second lap. Nearing the halfway point of Section 1 of the 1,600 meters. Spencer Hurakai from Janesville Craig makes a move to third.
And again, if you're joining us on the internet, wherever we are in the country or the world, it is a beautiful day. Obviously, you can see it is sunny. It is also cool and a perfect day for these athletes.
And hardly a breath of breeze. The flags are just being nudged ever so slightly. Great day to run.
Temperature probably in the 60s.
We started in the 50s earlier this morning, but yep, they're just creeping into that 60-degree mark.
We've burned off the fog, and it is ideal conditions. We've already had one state record.
New leader, A.J. Kitchen from Beaver Dam. Trying to hold off Bruni and Hurakai.
Kitchen
Final lap.
is a senior.
Again, this is Section 1 of 2 for the finals, and now still another lead change as Hurakai from Janesville Craig jumps out in front. Now he's opened a significant lead on Kitchen. Again, the time's the thing that counts. Well, the Janesville Craig runner looking very strong. Straining to get that final segment completed, and he will take the heat. Kitchen will finish second. A strong finish by Wilson Hacker of Madison West to take third. 4:19.19 is the time to beat. Kitchen was second with 4:20.58. There you see the times being posted. Wilson Hacker didn't seem to be much of a factor for most of the race, but boy, he had a strong finish to come in third for Madison West. Okay, so 4:19.19 is the time that they'll be shooting for in the second section of the timed finals of the boys' 1,600-meter run. And here we go with the second section. Russ Sandvold of Arrowhead, Nate Gommel from Whitefish Bay, Andrew Gifford, Watertown, Ryan Cromer from Hudson, Carl Hirsch, Brookfield Central, Brady Sellner, Ashwaubenon, Ben Bierman, Arrowhead, McKenna Ramos, Sheboygan South, Alec Miller, West Bend West, Tommy Meister, Janesville Craig, Brad Woodford, Waukesha South, Mike Larson, Stevens Point, and Chandler Diffie from Madison La Fosse. Some names in there that could really play a big factor in who wins this 1,600 meters.
We saw Sandvold and Meister go 1 and 2 in this event a year ago. So you would think they are the favorites. Again, Sandvold, the best qualifying time at 4:21.66. Meister went 4:26.4 on a windy day in the sectional.
Jockeying for position down the back straight as they head into turn 3. The lead is Carl Hirsch of Brookfield Central. Tommy Meister, Janesville Craig running second. There's Sandvold third for Arrowhead. Brad Woodford of Waukesha South currently running in fourth. 3 laps to go. Hirsch leading the way. We'll see if he can hold on to that pace with some of the big guns right behind him.
And it looks like the big guns are happy to have him set the pace.
Meister, Sandvold, and Woodford in chase.
They're all within a stride of one another.
Now Diffie's now in fifth for La Follette. Ben Bierman, another Arrowhead runner, is in sixth. But right now it's Hirsch and then that talented group of 5 in chase right behind. Hirscher's a big lead, but he has a bit of strain on his face, so we'll see how that holds up. Halfway through the second section of the 1,600 meters. Meister, Sandvold, Diffie, Bierman all in chase.
They've got a little ground to make up.
Yeah, I was going to say Hirsch is, if nothing else, has extended his lead a little bit. Carl Hirsch, a junior from Brookfield Central, leading the way. Again, the time they're shooting for the title is 4:19.19. One more time around for Hirsch and the rest of the field.
And he will have a sizable lead going to that last lap.
But will he have enough left in the tank? We shall find out. 400 meters to go. Meister and Sandvold starting to pick up the pace, but it's still about a half a turn lead for Carl Hirsch of Brookfield Central. Meister, Sandvold, and now Diffie trying to get into fourth, but he can't quite get there quite yet. Now he does.
Lead narrowing, but Hirsch, who's led right from the get-go, still with a pretty good margin.
Tell you what, this is going to be close. But now here comes Meister leading Sandvold for second. Hirsch trying to hang on. Hirsch with 75 meters to go. He might hang on.
Meister's second, but Hirsch is going to win the race.
Carl Hirsch of Brookfield Central. And his time's going to be good enough to win it all. Wow.
Carl Hirsch, a junior from Brookfield Central, set the pace and never gave up the lead.
I don't know how many people would have picked Carl Hirsch to win that race, but I'll tell you what, hats off to the Brookfield Central junior. And boy, there are a lot of fatigued runners who are on the track right now. Hirsch runs 4:08.21, and he is your state champion in the boys 1600 meter run. There you see the rest of the times as Meister finishes second, 4:10.76. Woodford of Waukesha South, 4:10.89. And Sandvold of Arrowhead, 4:11.39. Hats off to Carl Hirsch, the champion of the boys 1600 meter run.
It's the second straight year Meister comes in second.
Well, that might be our first big surprise of the meet so far. Probably not a surprise to Carl Hirsch.
No, he seemed to have a pretty good plan, and he executed it.
Yeah, he jumped out early, and I think everybody thought, well, they'll reel him in, but they just couldn't.
That is our only boys final today in Division I. We have a girls final coming up in the 3200.
The field events are finals today, but yeah, the only running championship here Friday in lacrosse.
We also have a boys 1600 as well, excuse me.
Okay. So next up we go back to girls competition, another relay, the 4x200. We'll have 3 heats of preliminaries here for the girls 800 meter relay.
We got a boys 800 coming up.
Okay, so very few, certainly very few.
I've got you
finals.
confused as well, and that's not a good thing.
I'm speechless, what can I say? Again, 3 heats of the girls 4x200. They're setting the blocks right now, the staggered start around the first term. The teams running in Heat 1 of the 4x200 will be Kimberly out of lane 2, Hudson lane 3, Milwaukee King lane 4, Waukesha West lane 5, Divine Savior Holy Angels in lane 6, Middleton out of lane 7, Racine Park lane 8, and New Berlin West in lane 9. The first of 3 heats in the girls 800 meter relay.
Waukesha West with the best qualifying time, 1:44.13.
This is a relay with a lot of action, just half a lap around before you hand off to your teammate.
Hamilton, the defending champ, is in Heat 3. That has the best qualifying time in the state this year.
First girls track meet was in 1971. They held it at Appleton East. Appleton was also the site in 72. Then it went to Merrill in 73. Winona Grove 74 and 75. And since 1976, it's been held in conjunction with the boys meet. It was in Madison from 76 to 89. And meet moved to La Crosse in 1990. And it's been here ever since. And it's enjoyed a fantastic run here since then as City of La Crosse and University of Wisconsin La Crosse has really done a wonderful job of putting on a great event.
And the city has embraced it. Front page news in the paper. And can't get a hotel room. Then
Yeah.
you got to stay in Sparta if you want to be close to the action.
Which is okay too.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, nothing against
Sparta's a
Sparta. We
lovely
love
place,
Sparta.
yeah.
They estimate generates about $3 million in income for the hotels and restaurants in the Crosse area and this weekend.
Yeah. We'll try and do our part.
Yeah,
right.
You know, I'm looking forward to that.
All right, here we go. Kimberly Hudson King, Waukesha West, DSHA, Middleton, Racine Park, and New Berlin West in the first of 3 heats in the girls 4x200 meter relay. Time for our first exchanges already. The officials making sure that there are no violations, and it looked like everybody got a clean handoff. New Berlin West in lane 9 appears to be in good shape, but Middleton, I think, has made up a pretty good part of their stagger. Here's the third leg now. Again, they're trying to post a time to qualify for tomorrow's final in the 4x200 relay. Well, it's difficult to tell exactly who has the advantage until the very end with that stagger. Again, Middleton appears to have done pretty well, although it looks like Milwaukee King has made up substantial ground as well. Final handoff. Now we get a much better idea of who's in front, and Milwaukee King is leading Waukesha West. King trying to hold off West. Here comes Waukesha West. What a finish. And it'll be Waukesha West. Hannah Rohde was a junior who made up all that ground on the final leg. And Rohde gets West the win.
Nice job by the junior to run down King and win the heat.
Well, they only won it by 0.04 of a second. So Waukesha West 1:44.09 is the time that's posted. And here you see that last leg where Rohde came from a pretty good distance behind. And in these final 50 meters, she really turned it on.
Quite a kick here.
There you see what 0.04 of a second looks like. All right, so Waukesha West with a 1:44.09. King 1:44.13.
And they'll hope that that time is good enough to qualify for Saturday.
I think those first two would be pretty good, but again, we have 2 more heats to go. Kenosha Bradford will be in lane 2 here in heat number 2. Green Bay Preble, lane 3. Hortonville in 4. La Crosse Logan, lane 5. Racine Case, lane 6. Neenah, lane 7. Verona area, lane 8. And Bayport goes out of lane 9 here in heat 2.
The hometown girls from Logan have the best qualifying time in this heat at 1:43.29. They feature Amber Sanderson, who we saw win a heat earlier in the sprint.
State record in the 800 meter relay for Division I, Milwaukee Bradley Tech. 2008, 138.46. Desiree Bryant, Sharonda York, Simona Gregory, Jasmine Hudgens. Oh, there's some star athletes in that group.
It's one of the few records that didn't fall last year by Bradley Tech when Desiree Bryant was a senior.
One down this year is Neenah's girls have already posted one in the 4x800 meter relay. Our state records only recognized in performances in the state meet. So now's your time to shine. Heat 2 coming up, 4x200 relay. This is Kenosha, Bradford, Green Bay, Preble, Hortonville, La Crosse, Logan, Racine, Case, Neenah, Verona area, and Bayport. First leg runners on the track now. They'll run their 200 and hand off to the second leg. Yeah, looks like everybody handed off cleanly. Verona area Wildcats appear to be doing quite well out of lane 8, although they're getting a chase from Neenah.
Verona among the top with the most qualifiers here. Ashwaubenon and Bayport and Verona with 11 qualifiers, including all the relay teams.
Now it appears La Crosse Logan's making quite a move in lane 5. Final handoff here, and I think Logan's got the advantage.
Yeah, I think this is Sanderson, is it not?
Double check, but I think you're right. Racine Case has now moved into second place ahead of Verona. What you'll hear from cheers for the La Crosse Logan team is their home crowd cheers them on to victory. That is Amber Sanderson finishing up. Racine Case will get second. Now let's wait for the time. 1:44.09 was the winner of the first heat. 1:42.56 is Logan's time. Case 1:43.89. Verona area third in that heat. So La Crosse Logan now has the best time of the first two heats of the 4x200.
And now you'll get to see Hamilton, the defending champs. They'll be in lane 5 here, and again, they have qualified in 1:42.81.
There's Amber Sanderson finishing the deal for La Crosse Logan. Racine Case made a bit of a race out of it.
Sanderson running pretty confidently.
Yeah. Okay, now heat 3. The runners are taking their marks. It'll be Wausau West in lane 2, West Bend West in lane 3, Milwaukee Riverside lane 4, Hamilton lane 5, La Follette of Madison lane 6, Muskego lane 7, Eau Claire Memorial runs out of lane 8, and Janesville Craig in lane 9.
Hamilton graduated Brooke Patterson from last year's quartet, which won the state meet. But Ashley Holacek, Alan Buckley, and Jess Ropno are all back.
Again, they're shooting for La Crosse Logan's 1:42.56. Looking for a spot in the finals for the 800-meter relay tomorrow. That's Anthony's Newark, a sophomore from Milwaukee Riverside, limbering up, getting ready for heat 3 of the 800 relay coming up. Runners called to their marks. See the crowd ringing the infield, trying to get a good look at the competition on the track. Be even more of them here tomorrow, I'll bet. And heat 3 is underway in the 800-meter relay. All right, looks like Hamilton has a good start there, although Janesville Craig on the outside lane. Don't forget to consider the stagger. But Hamilton's making up some ground on a lot of the field, that's for sure. Halfway home here in the third heat. Oh, and there's a bobble by Janesville Craig on that final handoff, and I'll tell you what, Hamilton took advantage of that. Craig was cruising along, but they had difficulty getting from the second leg to the third leg with the baton, and that cost them dearly.
And Hamilton with a sizable lead going to the last handoff.
Final 200 meters for Hamilton.
Just like Nina showed us in the opening race, flood pressure in the state tournament. The defending champs know what this is all about, and Nina scored a win in a final. Hamilton is going to qualify in quite a time here.
Jessica Rupp now classes the tape first for Hamilton. Looks like Riverside finishes second, and I think La Follette's going to get third, but Rupp now finished the deal for Hamilton. 1:42.28 is Hamilton's time, just better than La Crosse Logan. Riverside was 1:44.97, so Hamilton will lead the field into the final tomorrow here in the 800-meter relay. That's going to be a pretty good race with Logan and Hamilton and Riverside, that's for sure. Christine Case might have something to say about it as well. Okay, that was the girls' 800-meter relay. Now we go to the boys' component. I believe we're going to have some awards before we get to the 800-meter relay for boys.
Some field competition going on, and we'll try to get you the results over there, or from there. But you're right, looks like we've got some medals to hand out.
That's Carl Hirsch of Brookfield Central getting his medal for winning the 1,600-meter run. Proud moment for a young man from Brookfield. Okay, now we go back to the boys 4x200-meter relay. Again, we have 3 heats like the girls' competition. Heat 1 will feature Janesville Parker in lane 2, Hudson in lane 3, Milwaukee King in lane 4, Pulaski lane 5, West Appear in lane 6, Merrill in lane 7, Ashwaubenon in lane 8, and DC Everest will start out of lane 9 in Heat 1. We've seen a lot of football stars here. Be some pretty effective track performers. For lane 2 for Janesville Parker, their lead man in this relay is Adam Vesterfeld. He's a heck of a running back, senior.
And I never heard where Adam was going to school. I know he is committed to go somewhere. I want to say it's a Division II school in Minnesota, but it doesn't come to me. He was a good back.
Yeah, he put up some huge numbers, even in his early years. There's Vesterfeld.
Just reading some of Vince Beagle's comments, we saw him earlier, put up the best time in his heat, one of the sprints. They asked Beagle, who's going to Wisconsin on a football scholarship, if it would be football only, and he answered, "We'll see," leaving the door open that he'd like to run track. Don't know if Coach Bielema has conferred with him on that decision.
Yeah, you used to see more of that, certainly. Kyle Jefferson just completed his track career. He had some concussion issues at Wisconsin in football, but he's a talented receiver, and he ended up going track instead of football. So final preparations for the first of 3 heats for the boys' 800-meter relay. Again, Parker, Hudson, King, Pulaski, Westapier, Merrill, Eschwabanon, and D.C. Everest will be first on the track. I think they're just clearing the infield. Some of the students helping arrange things with medals and that sort of thing. They're just getting off the track, so they're making sure it's all clear down in the other corner, and soon we'll be off and running with our first heat.
We'll do this in Division 2 and 3, 3 o'clock Central Time this afternoon, and we'll be here with you, as we will tomorrow beginning at 10:30 Central Time for the finals and all the events. And again, there's a number of field events going on concurrently with the track that we're describing to you. We'll try to get you those winners if they come in to us soon. Nothing complete yet, we are told. But we thank you for joining us on FoxSportsWisconsin.com and invite you to do so for state baseball, week from Tuesday in Appleton, and state softball 2 weeks from now in Goodman Diamond and Madison, and state soccer is also that weekend from Milwaukee.
Well, now they're going to walk.
And state golf as well.
Walk some
Monday
medal
and
winners
Tuesday
through
from
here.
University
That'll
Ridge.
cause a bit more of a delay, but yeah, it wasn't that long ago you couldn't sit at your computer and watch state tournaments.
Yeah, so thanks for goofing off with us. And if the boss walks in, minimize that baby and get that Excel sheet out there. And
or just say, hey, come watch my son running the 800-meter relay.
Yeah, that too.
You mean the boss isn't doing the same thing in his or her office?
Perhaps.
They may be on the golf course already by now.
Yeah, if he's the boss or she's the boss.
On a Friday afternoon. Now we have more awards before we get going. The wheelchair shot put winners from earlier today.
And I have not been given those results. Can you pick up the number of the winner?
Danny Evan of Fort Atkinson set a state record in the wheelchair shot put. Congratulations to her. Danny Eben won the 400 in the wheelchair competition last year. Now she adds a shot put gold to her collection.
I expect to see her tomorrow in competition.
Great addition to the state meet, the wheelchair competition. And we're just about ready to bring you the aforementioned Heat 1 of the boys 4x200 meter relay. And there it is. First 200 meters nearly complete. The first round of baton exchanges. And no red flags up, so it appears all is good on that first group of handoffs. The Merrill team in lane 7 looks to have made up some ground. Halfway through our first heat. Again, everybody gets through the second round of handoffs cleanly. And now they come to the anchor leg. I think Merrill's looking pretty good, although West DePere coming around in lane 6 is going to give him a charge. I'm guessing that's Spencer Turriff.
Going to be quite a battle here, though.
West DePere. That's Zach Rothering, actually, for West DePere. Zach Rothering brings it home for the Phantoms. He's a junior. And we're just waiting for their time. 129.33 for West DePere, 129.68 for Merrill. So Merrill had the lead for most of the last 3 quarters of that competition, but West DePere comes away with a win. We'll see if their time holds up to be good enough to go to the final tomorrow.
Zach Rothering had run well earlier today, and his kick there gives the West DePere the Heat 1 victory.
We're going to take another look at that from the final turn in, and there you see the Merrill runner had a pretty no, that looks like an earlier competition, but the Merrill runner had a pretty good lead, and out came Mr. Rothering, and that was that. Okay, Heat 2 of the boys 800-meter relay. Kenosha Tremper, lane 2. Janesville Craig, lane 3. Kimberly in 4. Milwaukee Riverside University, lane 5. McWanago, lane 6. Beaver Dam, lane 7. Oak Creek, lane 8. Sun Prairie out of lane 9. More awards from the wheelchair competition. Zach Gimza of Greendale won the wheelchair shot put. State record performance for him. So congratulations to Zach as a senior. And there you again see the field for heat number 2. Tremper, Craig, Kimberly, Riverside, McWanago, Beaver Dam, Oak Creek, and Sun Prairie. Again, we'll wait a moment or two for the track to clear, and then we'll be off with heat number 2. Runners are called to their marks. West DePere's 129.33 is the standard right now out of heat 1. Milwaukee Riverside gets a great first leg.
They had the best time in the heat at 127.91.
And a good handoff for Riverside as well. Beaver Dam's looking strong too. That's R.J. Shelton running this leg.
That's our friend Shelton who had the best time earlier in a sprint.
I think it's still Riverside though, and man, are they starting to pull out. 200 meters to go. Looks like Riverside's going to be leading Mukwanago here, and this one's all Riverside. Douglas Manning, the senior, finishes the race for Riverside, and I think that's going to be a pretty good number, too.
Yeah, they win handily.
So that is the best time right now out of the two heats, 1:28.07. Mukwanago 1:29.73, and Kimberly got in there for 1:29.91.
Well, Riverside gives these 9 teams something to shoot for. Whitefish Bay is the best qualifying time in the upcoming heat at 1:27.83.
Third heat coming up. There you see the lineup: Muskego, Brookfield East, Wauwatosa West, Whitefish Bay, Sheboygan North, Marquette University, Middleton, and DeForest. Those are your teams running in Heat 3 of the 800
And Whitefish
meter relay.
Bay is the defending champ in this event. They ran a 1:27.29 last year, so they're not that far off in their sectional time.
There you see the Wauwatosa West runner. That's Reggie Cole, the senior, who will start out for Tosa West. So Riverside's 1:28.07 is now the target for this group in Heat 3. State record in this event held by Menominee Falls in 2010. Matt Waduli, Brad Tietjen, Matt Christensen, Travis Townsend. That was 1:27.03. So Whitefish Bay just missed that mark by less than 3/10 of a second last year. Tommy Frisch, a sophomore, will start out for Whitefish Bay. He'll run the first leg of this. And there they go with Heat 3. Knock on wood, I don't think we've had a false start yet today, huh? This is the second leg of Heat 3. We'll be halfway through when the runners cross the start-finish line, this time by. Whitefish Bay's looking pretty strong right now, it appears. Final leg coming up. This is going to be a battle. I think it's Whitefish Bay, Sheboygan North.
They had the 2 best qualifying times, but not going to be close at the end.
This is a great finishing leg for Whitefish Bay. Brandon Threets, the senior. Boy, he really turned things around in those final 200 meters, didn't he?
Threets one of 3 returnees from the quartet that won a year ago, and he puts up a pretty good time. 128.29. So not as fast as their sectional time, but you get the impression they could do better than that tomorrow when the state title's on the line.
Wauwatosa West snuck into second there, just ahead of Sheboygan North in that heat, but those 129s I think will hold up fairly well as we look toward the finals tomorrow in the boys 800-meter relay. All right, more preliminary action. Now we go to girls 400-meter dash. We'll have 3 heats in this. They're lining up for heat 1 right now. That will feature in lane 2. As you take a look at the beautiful bluffs here. Is that Granddad's Bluff, bro?
I don't know my lacrosse geography.
It's one of them, I know that. Beautiful wooded hills right around Veterans Memorial Field here on the UW lacrosse campus. There is, again, we see the heat 1 lineup. Jenny Gilbreth of Waterford in lane 2. Raya Cozy of Superior, lane 3. Emily Gapinski, Sheboygan North in lane 4. Lane 5, Crystal Malone of Milwaukee Riverside. Lane 6, Kat Keller of New Richmond. Lane 7, Brittany Shivink, of Reedsburg. Lane 7. Macy Davidson of Waupaca is a freshman in lane 8. And Jackie Challoner is a freshman from Pulaski in lane 9. Keller has run the best time in the state in the 400 so far this year. She ran a 57.32. That was at the Rice Lake Invitational back in April.
So she would be someone to keep your eye on in lane 6.
There's Kat Keller. First of 3 heats in the girls 400-meter dash, 1 time around. Keller got off to a very good start. Keller continues her strong start down the backstretch. Keller trying to qualify for the 400-meter final tomorrow. Now Crystal Malone of Milwaukee Riverside is making a move around turn 4. And Malone has the lead into the final 100 meters. Boy, she's really starting to pull away. Crystal Malone, Milwaukee Riverside. The junior is going to win the first heat. Keller's running out of gas. Cozy of Superior in lane 2 looks like she might nudge Keller for second.
Crystal Malone's sister, Angel, one of the favorites in the 200. We talk about running families and meet the Malones. That's Angel the junior, and she puts up a nice time.
57.08, that's 2 seconds better than Keller, who really looked fatigued by the end of it. Jenny Gilbreth of Waterford was actually the runner in lane 2. That she actually finished third, 59.13. And Macy Davidson got 4th in that event, 59.45.
That's going to be a fairly tough number to break, 57.08.
You know, and Keller's 59.08. I think that's going to be right on the edge if it does get her to the final. We'll see. There's the lineup for Heat 2 of the 400-meter dash. Jackie Welsh, Monona Grove. Lane 3, Morgan Merrick of Muskego. Amber Williams, lane 4, Milwaukee Hamilton. Cassie Goodrich of Union Grove goes out of lane 5. Jenny Rathsack of Plymouth in lane 6. Alyssa Elwing of Brookfield Central's in lane 7. Elise Ditchite from Wauwatosa West is in lane 8. And Jamie Wood, sophomore out of Oregon, will run in lane 9. This is the second of 3 heats for the girls' 400-meter dash.
Goodrich from Union Grove at 58.75 as the best qualifying time in this heat.
Looks like they're making sure that the blocks in lane 8 are secure. Elise Ditchite from Wauwatosa West kind of attests to run out of her block, and everything seems to be in order, so the starter is just about ready to get this group at their marks for heat 2 of the 400-meter run. State record 2 years ago, Chidera Obasi, Brookfield Central, one of the great runners we've seen here through the years in lacrosse. 55.18, the current state mark. Another clean getaway for this group in heat 2 of the girls' 400 meters. Jenny Rathsack of Plymouth gets a good run out of the first 2 turns. She's in lane 6. Looks like Rathsack may have the lead as they come to the home turn. Jamie Wood of Oregon running in second, but now there's a group coming behind her. This could be a pretty good battle. Amber Williams, Milwaukee Hamilton, Cassie Goodrich of Union Grove. It's Goodrich, the Union Grove runner, who breaks through. She's in the lead, final strides, and Goodrich won it. Well, Rathsack had the lead for 3/4 of the race, but then Goodrich, with a strong push late, takes first.
Cassie Goodrich is a sophomore, and she posts time of 58.77. So not as good as Malone from the first section, but.
So Williams 59.32, Rathsack 59.37. And you can bet that Kat Keller is looking very closely at those times. So from Keller's standpoint, that 59.08, only one person in that heat passed her up. So as of now, with 1 heat to go, Keller trying to hang on to get back to the 400-meter final.
But here comes the alleged quick heat, which features Claire Gordy of Wauwatosa East at 58.54 in sectional qualifying.
Vanessa Boris of Wausau East is in lane 2. Hannah Lucas, Madison Memorial, lane 3. Kelly Hackman, Manitowoc Lincoln, lane 4. Claire Gordy, as Bro said. Lane 5 for Wauwatosa East. Michaela Robertson of Menominee Falls is in lane 6. Taylor Natz of Watertown, lane 7. Shannon Bodley of Green Bay Southwest is in lane 8. And Jenny LaCroix from Verona area runs out of lane 9. She is a sophomore. Michaela Robertson of Menominee Falls has the 4th fastest 40 time in the state this year, 58.04.
I am told in the boys' high jump, across Central Sawyer Smith and Rice Lake's Wally Ellenson have both cleared 6.6 in Division I boys' high jump. Wally Ellenson is a basketball recruit from Minnesota, from Rice Lake. He did 7.1 in the sectionals last week. Pretty good athlete. You can't talk about track and field families. The Ellenson boys out of Rice Lake. Their dad, John, was a basketball player at both Wisconsin and Marquette, but he has 3 boys competing here in field events. Wally in the long jump, triple jump, and high jump. Elwood and Henry are also competing, the Ellensons.
Would John Ellenson be the only guy to play basketball in Marquette and Wisconsin?
I can't think of anybody else.
I can't imagine. Vander Blue almost did.
Yeah, he tried. And we'll see if the kid from Iowa qualify.
There could be another one. All right, here we go. Final heat of the girls 400. This one's too close to call right now. I think Gordy of Wauwatosa East probably going to have the lead out of the turn, but what a battle she's getting from Taylor Nats of Watertown. Gordy trying to hold off Nats. Gordy with his 2-stride lead, and Gordy is going to hang on to win that heat.
She's a senior and willed herself to victory there.
Yeah.
She felt the challenge coming and held on to the lead and posts a time of 57.94.
Nats was second, 58.52, and then Hackman 59.15. So
Crystal Malone, the winner of the first heat, has the best time heading to Saturday. Good job by Crystal Malone of Milwaukee Riverside, and then Gordy qualifies out of heat 3.
Yeah, 59 might get you into that final in the 400.
I think we'll see tomorrow, Kat Keller.
I think she might have made it, but we'll do the math and make sure. Okay, that was the girls' 400-meter dash preliminaries. Now the boys get their turn. The lineup for Heat 1. Nick Dildy, River Falls, lane 2. Corbin Ellis, Oconomowoc, lane 3. Mason Waynes is a senior from Kenosha Bradford, lane 4. Trenton Daniels, Brookfield East, lane 5. Sam Fisher from Appleton North is in 6. Elijah Kelly, New Richmond, lane 7. Bryce Rudebeck, Waterford, lane 8. And in lane 9 is Max Meyer from Neenah. Heat 1 of the boys' 400-meter dash, first of 3. Mason Waynes of Kenosha Bradford has the 3rd fastest time in the state this year, 49.09. He'll be running out of lane 4.
We're going to have a new champ here as Travis Turnquist out of Madison East won this event a year ago. And Travis is graduated.
You see Mason Waynes, Kenosha Bradford. Another guy named Waynes, Trey Waynes, went to Michigan State last year as a cornerback on the Michigan State football team. Just about set for Heat 1 of the boys' 400-meter dash. First of 3 heats, boys, 400 meters. Waynes was biding his time, but now it looks like he's turning it on a bit. And around that 3rd turn and the 4th turn, looks like Waynes is going to have a battle from Bryce Rudebeck from Waterford. Now Waynes is in cruise control. Waynes with a smooth stride down the front stretch. And Mason Waynes is going to be the winner of Heat 1 here in the 400.
Yeah, that was a nice leisurely run around the track. My goodness, he was pretty cool in winning that heat. Mason Waynes, a senior, Kenosha Bradford.
.48.83 for Waynes. So that's that beats his earlier mark of 49.09. That probably puts him in pretty good shape.
That's not too far off what Turnquist ran a year ago and winning the state title. And again, he didn't look like he was even breaking a sweat.
Yeah. There's more there for Mason Waynes, you'd think. Rudebeck finished 2nd in that one. Okay, now here's the field for heat number 2. Lane 2, Greg Stribling from Whitnall. Austin Livingston from Kimberly, lane 3. Scott Vio from Oak Creek is in lane 4. Jake Rowe, La Crosse Central, is a junior, lane 5. Taylor Shivley from Marquette University School, lane 6. Nick Malat, Ashwaubenon, lane 7. Matt Christensen, Menominee Falls, lane 8. Nathan Gunderson from Fond du Lac runs out of lane 9. Jake Rowe has the 4th fastest 400 in the state this year. 49.14 in the Onalaska Open meet. That was way back on April 24th. Of course, we had so much good weather back then, it almost felt like running at
You're
state
right.
back in April.
What a wonderful spring it was.
Haven't had any like that. Stribling, Livingston, Vio, Rowe, Shivley, Malat, Christensen, and Gunderson run the second heat of the boys 400 meters. Waynes has posted a time of 48.83. Good start to heat 2 of the 400. Jake Rowe, La Crosse Central, middle of the track, appears to have had a pretty good first 3 quarters of this heat. But boy, look at them line up for the stretch run here. Taylor Shivley, Marquette University. Scott Vio, Oak Creek.
Quite a battle.
Here comes Livingston from Kimberly in lane 2. But I think it's going to be the Oak Creek runner, Scott Vio. But that was a heck of a race.
Really was. Vio, a senior from Oak Creek, apparently is one. Indeed.
It is the Oak Creek runner, 49.50. Shivley next, 49.60. When Livingston also breaks 50 seconds, 49.78. Rowe for La Crosse Central, 50.40. So he'll have to do some scoreboard watching to see if he'll make that final tomorrow. So Wayne still has the fast time, 48.83. And now we go to heat 3. Here's who's lining up. Lane 2, Albert Charles, Milwaukee Bradley Technical. Connor Drexler of Baraboo's in lane 3. Marquise Johnson, Lakeland Union, lane 4. Sawyer Smith, La Crosse Central, lane 5. Taylor Kolowitz, Appleton East, lane 6. Marcus Hill of Grafton is a junior in lane 7. Scott Hutcherson, Racine Case is in lane 8. And Matt Prell from Kenosha Bradford is a senior, lane 9. Marquise Johnson of Lakeland ran a 48.73 May 4th. So he has one of the times to beat.
Give you a note again, talking about track families. We saw Carl Hirsch, Brookfield Central, win the 1600 boys final in D1, time of 4.821. His mom, Wendy Markham of Cedarburg, still holds the record in the high jump girls in Division 1. She jumped 6 feet for Cedarburg in 1980.
Well, now it all makes sense.
That record stood for a long time. But
Apple
Wendy Markham is the mother of Carl Hirsch. Who
Apple doesn't fall far from the tree, does it? Sawyer Smith has the best time out of the sectionals, 48.81. So we'll see if the La Crosse Central runner can follow that up with a strong run here in the preliminaries of the 400 at state. Looks like Smith is going to get a challenge from Marquise Johnson from Lakeland Union. Those are the two runners that are starting to separate heading into the final 100 meters. Right now it's Sawyer Smith in a battle with Marquise Johnson. Stride for stride, Johnson pulls ahead by a half a length. Johnson going to hold off Smith. Going to be some pretty solid times. I think we'll expect both of those runners to get through to tomorrow. But Marquise Johnson comes from behind to beat Sawyer Smith. Johnson posts 48.46. And Smith 48.70.
Johnson's a senior, Smith is a junior. We'll see him again tomorrow.
So both of those runners beat Mason Wayne's time.
And both of them beat the state championship time of a year ago.
Oh.
Travis Turnquist went 48.94 and getting gold last year. Stay tuned tomorrow. The 400 ought to be fun.
Yeah, it'll be a battle. All right, we go back to the girls' relays now. Next up, 4x100. We're going to have 3 preliminary heats. There's the lineup for heat number 1. New Berlin West, Oshkosh West, Pius, Wisconsin Lutheran, Madison La Follette, Neenah, Hudson, and Verona area. This is a relay that really moves. 4 exchanges in 1 lap around the track, or 3 exchanges, excuse me. So those handoffs become even more critical.
I want to thank our old friend Adam Mertz for that note on Wendy Markham.
I'm wondering where you pulled that out of your hat.
That's what I'm here for, buddy.
Very impressive.
No, he's twittering his little heart out.
There's Old Glory. Again, a mild breeze out of the north-northwest. Temperatures pushing into the mid-60s now. A very comfortable day for fans and competitors alike. Grandstands filling out with even more spectators. We'll have another big crowd for Divisions 2 and 3 when they begin their competitions later this afternoon. And tomorrow, well, you won't be able to find a seat. All right, they're off in Heat 1 of the girls 4x100. New Berlin West, Oshkosh West, Pius, Wisconsin Lutheran, Madison La Follette, Neenah, Hudson, and Verona area.
Wisco with the best qualifying time at 49.41.
Second 100 meters completed. Here's the handoff. Now the final turn for home. Wisconsin Lutheran got some very good exchanges the last 2. And they're in lane 5, and they're pulling away from La Follette and Verona. That's going to be a win for Wisconsin Lutheran. Ambria Avery brought it home for Wisconsin Lutheran, 49.61 their time. Well, Verona area way down in lane 9, finished second, 50.21.
Wisconsin Lutheran unmatches their sectional time at 49.41 in the sectional. 0.2 of a second slower here, but that could well get them into Saturday's final. We'll see in the last 2 heats.
And those are the times of Heat 1, the 4x100. There you see the lineup for Heat 2. Brookfield East, Kimberly, Grafton, Hamilton, Madison Memorial, Racine Case, Hortonville, and Janesville Craig. They'll be in starting lanes 2 through 9.
Hamilton with the best qualifying time here at 49.40. We've seen them post the best qualifying time today in the 800-meter relay.
And Hamilton has the second fastest time of the year, 49.30. That was in a meet at Brookfield East May 15th. Milwaukee Rufus King, who will be running in Heat 1, has run the best time of the year. That was May 24th at the sectional at Menominee Falls, 49.29. And we'll see that Generals relay team in Heat 1 after this. Here comes Heat 2. Another good getaway for these runners. Boy, just about as soon as they get out of their blocks, they got to line themselves up for the exchange. Well, a bit of a stumble by one of the teams there. This one looks pretty closely bunched, although Hamilton seems to have now pulled away a little bit. That was a good leg for Hamilton, and my, look at the Chargers go.
Well, the relay teams are impressive. And they're going to win this heat handily.
Tony Locke, the junior, finishes for Hamilton, and that's a pretty impressive run for Hamilton once again. 49.12 is their time, just ahead of Grafton, 50.02. So Hamilton now edging Wisconsin Lutheran for the best mark in the preliminaries in the 400. And now we go to heat number 3. The final heat of the girls' 4x100 meter preliminaries.
Update on that high jump battle. Both Wally Ellenson of Rice Lake and Sawyer Smith of Central have cleared 6-6. They are the final two high jumpers in the Division I boys competition.
All right, here's the lineup for Heat 3. Lane 1, Superior. Lane 2, Green Bay Preble. Lane 3, Stevens Point. Germantown in 4, King in 5. Middleton 6, DSHA in 7, Menominee in 8, and Kenosha Bradford in 9, as we'll use 9 of the 10 lanes here on the track at Veterans Memorial Field in La Crosse.
Follow up on that, Wally Ellenson won the Division II high jump a year ago. He's now competing in Division I for Rice Lake, along with his two brothers who are all basketball players in the 23 and 2 team in basketball that lost to Ventral on Alaska in the sectional finals. But he can jump out of the gym. He got a chance to play at Minnesota.
That's right.
Can jump at the high jump track bit too.
Like you can see the high jump pit there on the right side of your, or this right side of your screen. Probably can't see the signage, but it says 6-6 over there, so it's a heck of a battle in the high jump area.
I believe Smith took some time off to run in the 400, and that's why that mano-a-mano battle has been delayed momentarily.
Now we're ready to go with Heat 3 of the girls' 4x100 meter relay. The race develops down the back stretch. King gets a great handoff there. They're trying to chase down Middleton. This is Middleton against King, and look at the King runner take off. DSHA making a move on the outside as well. But Alexis Red Triggs gets the win on the final leg for Milwaukee King.
She's just a sophomore, and King hosts the time to beat. 49.09.
And DSHA ended up getting second, 49.59. That was Ngozi Musa with a strong finish for DSHA.
Musa's that freshman you saw run earlier, and you're going to see run a lot.
So King's 49.09 is the best of the lot. We'll see them in the finals of the 400 by 100 meter relay tomorrow. Nice shot by Middleton to break the 50-second mark as well. So we continue on with another 4 by 100 meter relay. This will be the boys component. And you see the first group of 3 heats getting ready to take their marks to begin the race to see who's going to be in the finals tomorrow. Here's who's running in heat. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Here's who's running in Heat 1. Merrill, Middleton, Kimberly, Arrowhead, Homestead, Kettle Moraine, Mukwanago, and Verona area. They'll be using lanes 2 through 9 in Heat 1.
Brookfield East is the defending champ in D1. Arrowhead was second. I think Arrowhead is among the favorites this year.
Milwaukee Riverside has run the best time in the state earlier this year, 42.09. That was before the regionals and sectionals back on May 4th. Nicolay is in Heat 1, also has a 42.53, so we'll keep an eye on those teams as we begin Heat 1 of the 4 by 100 meter relay. Yeah, that 42.09 by Riverside still held up through the sections. So we'll see if they can duplicate that or improve on that as we go along. Everybody makes it through the first exchange cleanly. Arrowhead looking very good in lane 5. Boy, Arrowhead's built a substantial lead, and they're going to try and hold off Homestead here. Arrowhead. Sean Berendis, the senior, had that last leg for Arrowhead, and he comes across the line first. 42.48. Homestead 42.95.
So Arrowhead best their sectional qualifying time of 42.52, which was the team to beat. Here, the best qualifying time belongs to Wauwatosa West, or excuse me, to Riverside out of Milwaukee at 42.37.
And Riverside will be running in heat number 2, along with South Milwaukee in lane 2, Holman in lane 3, Hartford in lane 4. And Milwaukee Riverside, they'll be in lane 5. Wauwatosa West lane 6, Oshkosh West lane 7, DC Everest is in lane 8, and Cudahy will go out of lane 9. That's the lineup for heat number 2 of the boys 4 by 100 meter relay.
Whitefish Bay won this event a year ago, so we've been assured we will have a new champion this year.
Again, it's all Division I competition this morning. And after a break, we'll be back this afternoon for Divisions 2 and 3. Mainly preliminary events, but we have a couple of final events mixed in there as well, where we were crowned state champions here at the 117th annual WIAA Boys State Track and Field Meet. The first track and field meet back in 1895, the longest running event in the country.
There can't have been many better days in the 117-year history than this one.
No question. It's comfortable, but I hope everybody's wearing sunscreen today, because that'll get you. We're checking with our crew to make sure that everybody's got sunscreen. Oh, somebody did not.
You're very paternal to be looking out for the boys that way.
Oh. The big guy has his. TK's got that sunscreen.
Well, that's why
He'll be fine. He'll be fine. All right, here we go. South Milwaukee, Holman, Hartford Union, Milwaukee Riverside, Wauwatosa West, Oshkosh West, DC Everson, Cudahy. Keep an eye on lane 5, Milwaukee Riverside. Riverside appears to be in good shape. And here they come. DC Everest trying to make a race of it. So is Hartford Union. So is Holman, but it's going to be Riverside finishing first.
Hartford Union with a good kick, but they couldn't catch the front runners from Riverside.
Nicholas Mike for Riverside was the last leg there, and there you see the times. Riverside 42.93, so not quite as good as Arrowhead, but certainly good enough to get them to the final, you would think.
Nicolay comes in having cracked the 43-second mark as well. They're the team to beat here in Heat 3.
And in Heat 3, it'll be Janesville Craig in lane 1, Hudson in lane 2, Appleton North in lane 3, Green Bay Preble in lane 4, Nicolay gets lane 5. Brookfield East in 6, Green Bay Southwest in 7, Monona Grove in 8, and Milton will run out of lane 9. Heat 3, boys 4x100 meter relay. That's Denzel Allen of Nicolay you saw getting his final
Big old
preparations
AJ Natter of Milton runs in this event.
Yeah.
And I guarantee you he's the biggest fella in this heat. 6'4", 240 pounds. He's going to play football at Nebraska. Big old tight end in football.
Yeah. I think I found him. I think he's running the second leg. All right, here we go with the third heat. There's Natter, ready to get the second leg for Milton.
He's a big boy.
He's a big fella.
Good athlete.
And fast, too, for his size. Okay, here we go. Now it's in the hands of Natter. This is a big run from Nicolay. And Green Bay Preble.
They're neck and neck.
And Nicolay is pulling ahead at the end. And it'll be the Knights. Good run there by Brandon Capel, the senior, to finish things up for Nicolay.
They win at a time of 42.84.
Well, we got a few teams in that 42, 43 second area. Green Bay Southwest 43-15. No, they just nudged Preble 43-46, and Hudson also 43-46. So.
Arrowhead's the top seed going into tomorrow, right? Got a Heat 1.
Yeah, but not a big gap between the first team and the last team qualifying for that event. All in that 42 to 43 second area. Those are the final results for Heat 3 of the 4x100 meter relay. In just a little bit, we're going to have more hurdles. We'll have a bit of a gap until the next event. The girls' 300-meter hurdles for Division I are going to be up next. So they'll be setting the hurdles, and once that's all set, we'll be ready to go with the first of 3 heats.
Good to see our old friend Larry Terry, who managed this event for so many years, the meet director. He's turned the reins over to Josh Buchholz of UW La Crosse.
Yeah, Larry's one of the first guys to greet us today with a smile on his face.
Yeah, it's a lot more relaxed than he was.
Well, I wonder
running
why.
These babies.
I'm looking over at the high jump area. It looks like the height's up to 6'8" now.
I'm told Madison Memorial's Corinne Franz has won the D1 girls discus with a toss of 137.4.
Just recognizing Matt Oddie, who for a long time was a member of the WIAA executive staff. Passed away of a heart attack recently. Great historian of WIAA. Wrote a great book on the history of the organization. There's the shot put area. A lot going on here at La Crosse. All right, looks like the hurdles are in place, and we're just about set to go with the first of 3 heats for the girls' 300 meters. There's your lineup. Lane 2, Katie Miller from Verona. Lane 3 is Meredith Heller from Whitnall. Hannah Mertens of Hartford Union's in lane 4. Jenny Hagan of Pius is a senior in lane 5. Jennifer Ellis in lane 6 of Germantown. Jen Anderson is a sophomore from Bayport, lane 7. La Brea Johnson from Beloit Memorial is a senior in lane 8. And Giselle Ciron from Superior is a freshman.
Jenny Hagan has the best qualifying time. The Pius senior ran 45.15. But she has the second best time in the state this spring. She went 44.4. Michelle Garner, the defending champ, is in Heat 3. Garner is out of Greenfield.
And here we go with Heat 1 of the 300-meter hurdles for girls. They're going to reset their marks here, so bit of a delay. Now we're ready to go. And everyone's off cleanly in Heat 1. Jenny Hagan, lane 5 for Pius is one to watch. La Brea Johnson of Beloit Memorial gets off to a good start. Johnson of Beloit Memorial, but you can't hold off Hagen from Pius. Now Johnson's going to try and hold on to second, but Hagen looks very smooth, and a bit of a bobble over that hurdle, but now that one's clean, and it'll be Hagen winning. Looks like Jen Anderson of Bayport slipped into second ahead of La Brea Johnson of Beloit Memorial.
Yet again, Hagen looks like she's got a little left for tomorrow if need be. Posts a time of 44.20.
Yeah, Anderson.
She betters her best of the year.
Yeah. Anderson of Bayport did slip into second there at 45-41, just ahead of Johnson of Beloit Memorial, 45-62. Yeah, and Hagen might have a little more for tomorrow, it appears, too. All right, here comes heat 2. Lulu Allen Waller from Madison West will be in lane 2. Jean Wedwick from Sauk Prairie is in lane 3. Haley Rafferty of Nina's lane 4. Valerie Thames from Milwaukee Riverside, lane 5. Candace Wayne, West Bend West, lane 6. Bridget Pethke from New London is in lane 7. Hallie Jamo from Appleton North is in lane 8. And Tonaya Gully from Kenosha Tremper will start in lane 9. The 300 meters, heat 2 of 3.
In the high jump, which we're keeping you up to date on, Allenson cleared the bar at 6'8", and Sawyer Smith, the Crosse high jumper, hit the bar and is down on the mat clutching his hamstring.
Yeah, you can see him being attended to over there right by the padding for the high jump well. Yeah, he's trying to stretch out his hamstring. Meanwhile, back on the track, the 300-meter hurdles heat 2. We'll see how things shake out here as they make turns 3 and 4. Thames from Milwaukee Riverside hands off the lead to Haley Rafferty of Nina. Now Thames pulls ahead, they lean, and I think Thames just got Rafferty by just a nose. So Thames hoping that she advanced to tomorrow's final, 44.76. That likely will do the trick.
Thames, Hagen, and this woman in the upcoming heat, Michelle Garner, could have quite a battle tomorrow. They've gone head-to-head all year. Thames actually beat Garner May 4th in the meet at Arrowhead, but Garner is the two-time defending champ and has the best qualifying time. The Greenfield senior qualified in 44.47 and won this event last year with a time of 44.05.
Yeah. Jean Wedwick of Sauk Prairie was the one who gave Thames the battle there. Wedwick 44.83, so she likely will have a spot in the final tomorrow as well. Girls 300 meter, heat 3. Hurdles. Shannon Leckler, Kettle Moraine in lane 2. Alicia Harper, Brookfield East, lane 3. Amber Sanderson of La Crosse Logan goes out of 4. Michelle Garner, Greenfield, out of 5. Kathleen Wortman of Arrowhead, lane 6. Lane 7 is Catherine Michaelitz of New Berlin Eisenhower. Haley DeShane from Wausau West is in lane 8. And Grace Brunette from Rice Lake is in lane 9.
We've seen Amber Sanderson have an impact on the meet already out of La Crosse Logan. And again, Garner is the girl to watch, the two-time defending champ.
Garner set a track record in the sectional at Wisconsin Lutheran. As you said, 44.47.
She tore some ligaments in an ankle May 4th, so she's had a star-crossed senior year. She'll go to Winona State, cross the river next year.
Yep. 100 meters to go. Amber Sanderson battling with Garner. Sanderson now pulls ahead. Garner trying to close that gap, but Sanderson over the last hurdle, and it's going to be Sanderson edging Garner at the line.
Well, Amber Sanderson continues her big day. Garner didn't really look real polished
right
out there, quite honestly.
Yeah, maybe that ankle's bothering her a little bit.
You see 44:17, the winning time for Sanderson. Certainly not a bad time for Garner.
Yep. DeShane 45:55 and Wortman of Arrowhead 46:10. So
again, it sets up a pretty good battle tomorrow between Hagen, Thames, Sanderson, and Garner. One of the highlights of Championship Saturday, the 300-meter hurdles. Can Garner make it 3 in a row?
Yeah.
The sectional or the Friday qualifying tells us maybe not.
Yeah, those qualifying times of those names you mentioned, all right around. They're in the 44s, so that should be a heck of a battle tomorrow. All right, now the boys' 300-meter hurdles take center stage. Heat 1 of the boys' 300. Nate Pozolinski from Kimberly is in lane 2. Kyle Burlingame, Waukesha North, lane 3. Takuto Kobayashi from Franklin is in lane 4. Castelhausen from Milwaukee Riverside, lane 5. Aaron Crosse from La Crosse Central, lane 6. Torrin Peebles, Appleton North, lane 7. Austin Birch of Chippewa Falls, lane 8. And Joe Keel of Kettle Moraine, the senior, goes out of lane 9.
Spencer Turf, the defending champ in this event, is in Heat 2. Best time in this heat belongs to Hausen of Riverside in 39.34.
I look at the high jump area, and the height is now 6'10".
And Smith is done in the high jump.
Okay.
They feel he had a cramp, but he is officially withdrawn, and Ellenson has just cleared 6'10" in the high jump.
Now they bumped it up to 7'2".
Again, he went 7-1 in the sectionals.
That's unbelievable.
Well, Ellenson is really a good athlete.
Yeah, the state record in the high jump for Division I is 7 feet flat by Jason Smith of Milwaukee Juneau back in 1992. So maybe Ellenson's going to give a shot at a state record here.
He will attempt at 7-2, which would be the best in state history.
Wow. Yeah, you can hear the buzz around the infield. They're saying 7-2 state record. So we'll keep you posted on that as well. Meanwhile, we're ready for the first heat of the boys' 300-meter hurdles, and they're off and running. Crosse from La Crosse Central has gotten off to a pretty good start, it appears. Now as they come around the turn, it is lane 6, Crosse. Now he's being challenged by Hausen from Milwaukee Riverside, and Hausen, boy, did he make up ground on those last 2 hurdles. And Castelhausen, the sophomore from Milwaukee Riverside, will have the best time in heat number 1.
Well, he had the best qualifying time coming in, a pretty good rally there. Wow, breaks 39 at 38.91.
38.91 for Hausen. Crosse second, 39.22. See how those times stand up here with 2 more heats to go. Now they just made the announcement that Ellenson's going to try for 7-2. Okay, Wally Ellenson attempting 7-2. This would be a state record. Oh, just nudged it.
In the eyes of this packed stadium on the Rice Lake Senior. You got to wonder if Tubby Smith would let Ellenson compete in track and field in Minnesota. Got to wonder if Tubby Smith's here. Not that far a drive.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, in the meantime, we're going to have Heat 2 lining up for the 300-meter hurdles for boys Division 1.
That was Ellison's first attempt at 7-2.
Boy. Well, great conditions. Feels pretty good. We'll see if he can pull it off. Rutger Meister from Janesville Craig, lane 2. Sean Bowler from Janesville Parker, lane 3. Alex Sherrick from Kettle Moraine, lane 4. Spencer Turriff of West Appear, lane 5. Cody Michaels, La Crosse Central, lane 6. Doris Fountain, Madison Memorial, lane 7. Tyler Wozni, Mukwanago, lane 8. And Trent McHollick from Manitowoc Lincoln in lane 9.
And Turriff's the defending champ, has the best qualifying time at 39.09. He won this event a year ago, time at 37.87.
Second of 3 heats coming up for the boys 300-meter hurdles. Alex Sherrick of Kettle Moraine has made up some ground here early. I think Sheriff is holding off Turriff right now. Good run for Alex Sherrick, a sophomore from Kettle Moraine. Sherrick with one more to go. Legs getting a little heavy, and he just nudged that last hurdle. And Sherrick will win the heat.
So he beats the defending champ on Friday. They sure, by all intents and purposes, he will run again on Saturday.
So 37.93 for Sherrick. Turriff 38.61. Michaels from La Crosse Central got third, 39.37. So Sherrick out of lane 4, the sophomore, breaks the 38-second mark. Ellenson with another attempt at 7-2 in the high jump area. He's asking the crowd to start the applause. Here he goes.
Oh.
Tell you what.
And my O reflected that up.
He's got
10,000 here.
Wow. That's pretty neat how everything stops, you know. They'll delay the start of the third heat to watch Ellenson go for a straight record.
Well, it was like watching Desiree Bryant last year and some of the great athletes, the Michael Bennett's over time. And the great ones, you recognize you're watching something special.
Mm-hmm.
So Ellenson has one more attempt.
So he'll take a breather, Will Ellenson, and then he'll go after that third and final attempt at the state record at 7 feet 2 inches. In the meantime, we go back to the 300-meter hurdles, Heat 3. Colton Robach of Rice Lakes in lane 2. Kieran Howlett of Marshfield, lane 3. Zach Wallenfang of Green Bay Preble runs out of lane 4. Ben Holcomb, Germantown, senior, lane 5. Lane 6 goes to Sean Michaels, a sophomore from Economowoc. Joe Bickle from Cudahy, lane 7. Cashton Nelson, a senior from Stoughton's in lane 8. CJ Klingbeil from Kimberly is also a senior, and he'll run out of lane 9 here in Heat 3.
Holcomb out of Germantown with the best time in the sectionals at 38.76.
They're on their marks for Heat 3. Good start. Holcomb of Germantown appears to be making up the stagger nicely. And now it's Economowalk's Michaels who's pulled ahead by a stride. Here comes Holcomb. Holcomb and Michaels. Now Holcomb goes ahead of Michaels. One hurdle to go, and it fell. Holcomb fell on the final hurdle, and Michaels will win the heat. And frustration by Germantown senior Ben Holcomb, who fell just short of the finish line.
And finishes. But what a consolation prize. That one hurts. My goodness. Holcomb competing for the lead, and then he wipes out in his senior year. And Shawn Michaels, a sophomore from Oconomowoc, wins the heat.
Boy, Holcomb had done a great job getting the lead, but that last hurdle was just a bit too tall, and so Holcomb falls short. Michaels 38.83, and Ellenson just missed his last attempt at 7.2. So that'll do it for the high jump. Ellenson does get the state title, but not the state record, and now thanks to fans for their support on pretty good early event there for the 2012 State Track and Field Championships.
Wally Ellenson wins in Division II last year. He wins in Division I this year, and certainly excites the crowd with 3 attempts at 7.2. That second attempt is about as close as you could get.
Yeah, 7.2. Imagine that. Now we're going back to some awards. And the awards have just been completed, so now we're just about set to go back to action on the track. They're lining up for the finals of the boys 800-meter run. We're set for the boys 800-meter run in Division I, 2 sections of timed finals. We will get a state champion out of these 2 races. Section 1, the lineup: Paul Dow of DC Everest, Amir Alwan of Brookfield Central, Will Conley of Arrowhead, Parker Kastelik of Plymouth, Eric Brown, Wisconsin Lutheran, Shane Hammersing of Oshkosh North, Joel Janik of Wisconsin Lutheran, Stephen Harris of Middleton, Michael Quesnell from Kimberly, Tommy Meister, Janesville Craig, Tony Sustacek from Waterford, and Brad Money of Janesville Parker. They are the 12 runners in Heat 1 of the boys 800-meter run.
Meister is the defending champ, but the Janesville Craig runner is in this heat. He ran 2 minutes 67 or 0.67 in the sectional. Paul Dow of DC Everest has the best time in this heat of 158.29. Meister last year won this by going 152.92.
2 laps around the track for the boys 800-meter run. The first of 2 sections for our timed finals of the 800. Amir Alwan of Brookfield Central has the early lead. Meister is right on his back hip. Tony Sustacek of Waterford running third right now. Alwan leads Meister heading into the first completed lap.
Looking at the team race, Arrowhead has 3 runners in these 2 heats, so they could gain some valuable points in trying to win the team title. Meister trying to repeat as the individual champ. He will go to Duke next year.
Meister finished second in the state cross country Division I race as a junior, and now he is pulled in front. Again, this is the first of 2 sections, so winning the section is nice, but you want to post the fastest time you can. Final turn for Meister and company. Meister looking strong, although he might get a battle from Sustacek from Waterford. Meister, though, holds it off. Sustacek now trying to hang on to second. Meister wins. And a late push from Eric Brown of Wisconsin Lutheran will get him second in that section.
Eric Brown, just a freshman from Wisco. And again, as you say, he came on late. Meister posts a winning time of 1:53.26. So slower than when he won a year ago. The question is, will that hold up in the second heat?
Brown did in fact get second at 1:54.08, and then Sustacek at 1:54.22, and Money 1:54.77.
Money from Janesville Parker will run at Auburn next year. So Meister wins the heat. Will he defend his championship?
We'll know in about
2 minutes.
A little less than 2 minutes, yeah. Section 2 now taking their places, and that will include Sean Wagner, a senior from Seymour, Reed Schmidt, a senior from Racine Park, Brad Johnson, the junior from Brookfield East, Nick Freitag, a sophomore from Green Bay Preble, Caleb Abfall is a senior from Bayport, Matt Hupy, senior from Deep Sea Everest, Luke Langs, a senior from Lakeland Union, Ben Bierman is a junior from Arrowhead, Alex Bastian, a senior from Madison West, Arrowhead senior Ryan Adamski, Waukesha West senior Mike Dugan, and La Crosse Central senior James Saxton. Those are the runners in Section 2 of the boys' 800-meter run. Oh, and a jump by Bierman of Arrowhead. He just took a step across the line before the gun.
Well, that takes care of part of the depth that Arrowhead had in this race. First DQ we've seen today.
A crushing mental error by Ben Bierman. There you see.
Again, La Crosse Central would like to think they have a chance to impact the team race as well. They'd like some points in this race from Saxton, who will run at Drake next year.
So now down to 11 runners in Section 2. This time they get off cleanly. Into the lead is Brad Johnson from Brookfield East. Caleb Abfall from Bayport, though, is right there, and so are a host of other runners. In fact, the whole field, all 11 runners certainly within touch of the lead. Right now it's Brookfield East, Brad Johnson. Halfway home now in Section 2 of the 800-meter run. Reed Schmidt of Racine Park now into the top 3. Back straightaway. Sean Wagner of Seymour pulls into third. He has second. He's now pressing for the lead, but held off for now by Johnson. Final 100 meters. Saxton from La Crosse Central tried to make a move, but Brad Johnson is going to lead this thing wire to wire. Johnson looking strong at the line. Pretty good run there by Brad Johnson, who held off everyone to win section 2. Now let's see the time.
Brad Johnson, a member of Brookfield East when they won the team title a year ago, wins the 800 and does the best Meister. 152.54. Yes.
So 152.54 for Johnson. Best Meisters 153.26. So congratulations to the Division I boys 800 meter run champion, a junior from Brookfield East, Brad Johnson.
And Tommy Meister at Janesville Craig finishes second, both in the 800 and the 1600.
Thanks for joining us on FoxSportsWisconsin.com as we continue our coverage of the 2012 WIAA Boys and Girls State Track and Field Meet from Veterans Memorial Field Sports Complex at the University of Wisconsin-La Crosse. Bill Brophy and Jay Wilson with you. We continue on with competition in Girls Division I on a beautiful day from La Crosse. Temperatures now in the mid-60s. Not much breeze to talk about. And we have the girls 200 meter dash, first of 3 heats in the preliminaries. Chloe Mallon from La Crosse Logans in lane 2. Brianna Hopkins, Racine Case, lane 3. Kayla Janto of West Bend West, lane 4. Kat Keller of New Richmond, lane 5. Ambria Avery of Wisconsin Lutheran takes lane 6. Jenny Gilbreth of Waterford runs out of lane 7. Hannah Sansala from Stoughton, lane 8. And Jenna Long of Bayport will start in lane 9. Heat 1. Girls 200 meter dash. And a clean break from the blocks for all of our competitors. And they come around the turn. Good race developing between Ambria Avery and Kat Keller. Now Keller pulls away from Avery. Keller trying to hang on, and she will to win the heat. Well, Avery was in good shape around the corner, but then Keller, a little senior experience, I would imagine, came away to get the win in 24.99 seconds. Avery posted 25.34. So Keller recovers nicely and breaks the 25-second mark to win Heat 1 of the girls' 200 meters. All right, let's set the field for Heat number 2. Ellie Daniels of Chippewa Falls will take lane 2. Maggie Slatter of Janesville Craig in lane 3. Gabby Beauvais from Monona Grove, lane 4. Jenny Rathsack of Plymouth, lane 5. Hannah Rohde of Waukesha West in lane 6. Angel Malone of Milwaukee Riverside in lane 7. Marissa Hoyer of Madison Memorial takes lane 8. And lane 9 will have Kaylin Neal, the senior from Green Bay East.
We discovered Malone earlier when she had the best time in the 400 to edge out Kat Keller. We'll see how Malone does here in the heat 2. Jenny Rathsack has the best qualifying time of this heat at 25.19. And again, Desiree Bryant was the class of this field a year ago, setting a state record at 23.01.
Alexis Fuller Stewart from Milwaukee Bradley Tech will run in heat number 3. The fastest time in the 200 in the state this year is by Dacia Smith Jenkins. We'll see her in the Division II meet later this afternoon. 24.74. Heat 2 now underway. Girls 200 meter dash, Division 1. This is Gabby Boves from Monona Grove leading. Hannah Rohde of Waukesha West closing, but Boves is going to get the win for Monona Grove. So out of lane 4, Boves sets the standard for that heat, 24.74. Rathsack 24.83. Making Rohde 24.83. They just flipped that. Rathsack 25.32. There you see the rest of the times filling in here in heat 2. So Boves and Rohde under 25 seconds. They both best Keller's 24.99 in the first heat. Now we'll see what develops in heat 3. Some big names in this one. Nicole Gostomski from Eau Claire North will be in lane 2. Taylor Natz from Watertown, lane 3. Callie Hackman, Manitowoc Lincoln, lane 4. Alexis Fuller Stewart from Bradley Tech in lane 5. Cassie Goodrich, Union Grove, lane 6. Claire Gordy from Wauwatosa East, lane 7. Janana Martin from Nicolay, lane 8. And Macy Davidson, Wapaka, in lane 9. Heat 3 of the girls 200 meters. Time to beat now. Gabby Boves from Monona Grove, 24.74. See if Alexis Fuller Stewart has something left. She's had a very busy day so far, and I'll tell you what, another great start for the senior from Bradley Tech. It's Alexis Fuller Stewart and everybody else.
Boy, just like she did in the high hurdles in the 100, Fuller Stewart wins in a breeze.
Just a leisurely 200-mile trot for Alexis Fuller Stewart. Uh-oh. She looks like she's hurting a little. Now she's getting a little help off the track. Well, that's a situation that needs some monitoring as Alexis Fuller Stewart.
As you can see, she's in some pain. And you also can see she posted a pretty good time before going down.
She's had pain in her hip and knee that flares up once in a while, and she was able to get through the sectional, but here you see Alexis Fuller Stewart. Boy, it's going to be, we sure hope we see her in top form tomorrow, but right now it looks like those injuries are acting up again. She did post a 24.13.
So she posts the best time in the 200, the 100, and the 100 highs, and then is on the track and is being assisted off.
Oh, a great concern over Alexis Fuller Stewart. A nice hand from the crowd as she gets to her feet, but as soon as she crossed the finish line, you could tell that something wasn't right. There's the awards for the boys 800 meters. Brad Johnson of Brookfield East who pulled off that impressive win, getting his medal on the podium. And again, he held off a lot of those big name runners. Congratulations to him. Now they're finally helping Alexis Fuller-Stewart off the track, and things are not looking good for one of the big name stars in this meet. Hopefully we'll see her tomorrow.
And we'll see if we can find out what the problem is.
Okay, we go now to the boys 200 meter dash preliminaries. We'll have 3 heats of that. Lane 1 is Nick Markin from Toma. Lane 2, Jeremy Robinson, Marshfield. Taylor Shively from Marquette University Schools in lane 3. Zach DeBoer from Grafton, lane 4. Tyler Parker of Verona area, lane 5. Ashton Anderson, Sheboygan South, lane 6. Marquise Johnson, Lakeland Union, lane 7. Jake Wallenfang, Green Bay Preble, lane 8. And Corey Davis from New Berlin West will go out of lane 9. The start out of turn 3, half a lap for the 200 meter dash. And time is the critical factor here, as we'll compare the times of the 3 heats and determine the field for the finals tomorrow. Around the turn, Marquise Johnson of Lakeland Union, but now Zach DeBoer from Grafton. Here comes Johnson in lane 7. Marquise Johnson in lane 7. They'll win it.
Come from behind win for Johnson to edge Tyler Parker of Verona. Parker in his first year running track after playing baseball, but he comes in second to Johnson in a time of 22 flat.
So Johnson from Lakeland Union, right at that 22-second mark. Parker and DeBoer within 0.2 of a second of that. Some pretty good times out of that first of 3 heats. All right, we go to heat 2. Matt Besh of Monona Grove in lane 1. Kwan Reynolds Pius, lane 2. Steve Phillips McWanago, lane 3. Nick Latour of Hartford Union. Najee Allen of Sheboygan North. Brandon Threets of Whitefish Bay. Bryce Rudebeck of Waterford. Jay Schneider from Homestead. Reggie Cole from Wauwatosa West. That's the field for heat 2.
We saw Threets rally down the stretch to get Whitefish Bay a win in the relay earlier, so he's had a big day already. Now trying to qualify individually for the 200-meter dash tomorrow.
Matt Besh, another one of those football guys. For Monona Grove out of lane 1. Competing here in the second heat of the 200. Good start. Around the turn they come. Schneider from Homestead now giving up the lead to Threets from Whitefish Bay. And Threets will leg out the win in heat 2. So Threets 21.91. He'll break 22 seconds. Continues his solid day. 21.91 for Threets. So Threets now the time to beat. And the competitors in Heat 3 will take their positions on the far side of the track. Tyler Voss is a sophomore from Greendale in lane 1. Tyler Lewis is in lane 2 from Antigo. Zach Rothering from West Superior, lane 3. John Miles Gaskell from Fond du Lac, lane 4. R.J. Shelton from Beaver Dam, lane 5. Weston Guilfoyle, Kimberly, lane 6. Mitch Palin from Waterford, lane 7. Brian Hubner from Ashwaubenon on lane 8. And Matt Jaseski from Holman. That's your field for Heat 3 of the boys 200-meter dash. After this, we'll have another final competition. The girls' 3,200-meter run is up next. Shelton's out of the blocks quickly for Beaver Dam. Shelton in lane 5 will lead the way around the turn. Shelton trying to hold on. Rothering in lane 3, or 4 rather, made it a race, but R.J. Shelton is your winner.
Shelton won his heat in the 100 qualifying. He qualified second in the 100-yard dash, and the Michigan State football recruit, well, that's the junior. He's verbal to the Spartans. We'll race tomorrow apparently in the 200 as well, a time of 21.92.
Max Jaseski out of Holman, he had a good run out of lane 9 there to finish third. So Shelton 21.92, Rothering 21.99. And those are the times they'll take into the finals tomorrow. They're lining up for the final of the girls' 3,200-meter run in Division I. We'll have 25 runners competing. They include Natalie Barant of Arrowhead, Sarah Poirier of Wausau West, Lauren Cunningham of Nicolay, Leah Patek from Arrowhead, Emma Lisa Murphy, Whitefish Bay, Elizabeth Flatley from Brookfield Central, Katie Wetstein from Hudson, Natalie Schudrowitz from Wauwatosa East, Olivia Pratt, Madison West, Sarah Mowell from Bayport, Elena Barham from Madison West, Haley Johnson from Plymouth, Sarah Heineman, Wanakee, Annie Frisbee from River Falls, Mariah Frank, Appleton West, Gabrielle Pepin, Bayport, Claire Knaus, Nina, Leah Rinflesh from South Milwaukee, Taylor Kleisey from Slinger, Alex Fons from Franklin, Brittany Favor from Kenosha-Tremper, Chelsea Hayden of Greendale, Maddie Tim of Brookfield East, Danica Reinecke of Janesville-Craig, Miranda Slayback of Janesville-Parker. Those are your 25 competitors in the girls' 3,200-meter run in Division I.
Get comfortable. This will take a little time. Barant with the best qualifying time. The Arrowhead sophomore, the time of 10:57.27.
Couple extra seconds to get everyone in line. A big field of runners. They'll stagger them in 2 sections. And they're off for the girls' 3,200-meter championship.
Get you caught up in some field results here. Mentioned this earlier, but Corinne Franz of Madison Memorial won the discus in D1 girls. A throw of 37.4 inches. Jamie Clark of Shawano came in second. Paige Day of DC Everest third. Emily Reese of Fond du Lac fourth. Kiki Burks of Wapalat 5th, and Katie Seiler of Wausau was 6th. That in the girls' discus Division 1. In the triple jump, Stephanie Friedenfels of Menominee is your winner. She went 38.6 1/4 to get gold. Alicia Harper of Brookfield East finished as 2nd, and Michaela Robertson of Menominee Falls 3rd. Where are we at here, Jay?
Emma Lisa Murphy is the early leader of the 3200. Sarah Heineman of Wanakee running 2nd.
Picking up the triple jump results, Allison Calkins of Janesville Craig finished 4th. Jerica Katarik of Muskego, just a freshman, was 5th, and Natisha Heidemann of Green Bay Southwest, another freshman, finished 6th. See if we have anything else. In boys Division 1, Alex Fluck of Ashwaubenon just cleared 11 feet in the pole vault. He's going for 11.6. The PA man has called the fans' attention to that quest at excellence.
New leader is Elizabeth Flatley, a sophomore from Brookfield Central. But boy, I tell you, you talk about tightly bunched. Everybody's still in this one. Flatley continues to lead with Heineman just off her right hip.
Ken, earlier we mentioned the girls' shot put wheelchair results. Danny Eben of Fort Atkinson is your winner. Melanie Watson of Oconomowoc 2nd. And Jade Avila of Franklin came in 3rd. That in wheelchair girls competition today. Much of that'll occur tomorrow, but I think we were up to date in what has transpired in the field competition.
Completing the second lap of 8 for the girls' 3,200 meter run. Flatley still with the lead, but it's a lead of inches as they're a quarter of the way through. State record in this event, 1985, Laurie Walter from Sauk Prairie.
Well, there's a name that has been around a while in a state that has had so many wonderful distance runners.
Last year's champion was from Sun Prairie, Liz Burkholz. She just won the Madison Half Marathon last week. They had to cancel the full marathon because of the heat, which they had some issues with the heat in the marathon in Green Bay as well. But no weather issues today here in La Crosse. Beautiful, partly cloudy skies, light winds, temperatures in the mid-60s. 5 laps to go, and they come around this time. Flatley technically in the lead, but there's 11 runners within 4 strides of her. This is turning into a tactical race for the girls' 3,200 meter championship. This is the final, the girls' 3,200 meter run.
Boy, it's anybody's race.
Elizabeth Flatley still leading it. Haley Johnson of Plymouth have joined that first group. Kate Wetstein from Hudson also right there. Also Leah Patek of the blue and red of Arrowhead.
But a good dozen runners could still win this race.
Basically, it'll be a 4 across as they hit the start-finish line halfway through the 3,200 meters. Now we've had 10 runners kind of separate themselves from the rest of the field. But those top 10 are very tightly bunched. Well, if they gave out bonus points for leading laps, Flatley would be in good shape. She's been in front from the start. And now Sarah Heineman of Waunakee has decided to take the point. Haley Johnson of Plymouth has moved into second. And Flatley's falling back to the pack. She's now down to sixth. Heineman, Johnson, Olivia Pratt of Madison West now third. 3 laps to go. Couple of Madison West runners in contention. Pratt and Elena Barham, both in the top 5 right now. Heineman still leads. Johnson right with her. Stride for stride. Good comeback from Elizabeth Flatley, who's now in that front pack again.
She's your lap leader, right?
That's right.
And there are 7 girls there in the front, just waiting to make a move.
And Olivia Pratt, the senior from Madison West, looks to take the lead, but can't quite get around her competitor from Waunakee, Heineman. Less than 2 laps to go in the 3,200-meter run. Now the top 3 have separated a bit. That's Heineman, Pratt, and Johnson. I'll tell you what, that second group of 4, they are behind it all.
This is going to be quite a final lap.
Flatley from Brookfield Central led the first 5 laps, and then Heineman from Waunakee took the lead. And now she's trying to fend off Olivia Pratt from Madison West and Haley Johnson from Plymouth. Now Pratt goes in front. But Heineman doesn't want to give up the lead just yet, it appears.
They trade the lead there.
Final lap. Heineman on the inside, in front by a stride. It suddenly developed into a 3-person race. Heineman and Pratt followed by Johnson. Back stretch. Still Heineman, Pratt, and Johnson. Now Johnson goes to the inside to take second from Pratt. And it looks like she wants the lead from Heineman. And Haley Johnson does take first. Boy, the final 300 meters from Haley Johnson, and look at her go.
What a kick by the senior from Plymouth.
She's pulling away, and she is looking like the winner of the 3200. And Haley Johnson of Plymouth takes it. Sarah Heineman of Wanakee second, Olivia Pratt of Madison West third. But yeah, what a kick by Haley Johnson of Plymouth.
She came out of that back. The wind's going away.
10:43.01 for Johnson. Heineman 10:46.38. Pratt 10:47.15. Well, it's senior day on the girls 3200 meters. Congratulations to the state champion Haley Johnson of Plymouth. 10 minutes 43.01 seconds.
What do we got left? 1600 relay?
Girls, yeah, girls and boys 1600 meter
So we're
relay.
almost done.
Our final two events coming up for the Division I competition here on Friday morning at the State Track and Field Championships. Bill Brophy, Jay Wilson with you on FoxSportsWisconsin.com. Before we get to the girls 4x400 meter relays, we're going to have the award presentations for boys high jump.
And this should be a warm applause for Wally Ellenson of Rice Lake, who thrilled everybody. He wins in the 6 feet 10 inch jump, but he had everybody in the place watching him as he attempted to go 7.2, which would have been a state record, and there's the hand for Ellenson. Again, a basketball recruit at Minnesota, but shows he's pretty good. Sawyer Smith, La Crosse Central, comes in second. He suffered a cramp, and he is the iffy, apparently, as to whether he will run in the upcoming 1600 relay. James Saxton, in fact, has been scratched from Central's 1600 relay team. Anyway, going back to the high jump, Ellenson first, Smith second, Logan Hovey of Neenah third, Joe Schobert of Waukesha West fourth, Brett Pozolinski of Kimberly fifth, and Max Kilpin of Wauwatosa East sixth. That in the boys high jump Division I.
Those were the names you saw on the podium for the awards presentation. All right.
Among other highlights so far today, R.J. Shelton of Beaver Dam, football recruit from Michigan State, has advanced to finals in the 100, 200, and the 800 relay. He played baseball until this year.
Good move.
I think the track coach at Beaver Dam's real happy.
Hey,
decided to broaden his horizon.
Beaver Dam's had a pretty good baseball team here the last couple of years, too.
Yeah, undoubtedly they miss him in baseball.
Next up, the girls 4x400 meter relay. 3 heats in our preliminaries for Division I girls. Heat 1 will feature Hamilton, Neenah, Hortonville, Plymouth, Wauwatosa East, Sun Prairie, Middleton, and Bayport. Runners are called to their marks in the first of 3 heats in the girls 4x400 meter relay.
Hamilton won this event a year ago. They have the best time in this heat. The winning time a year ago, 3:56.19. Their sectional qualifying time, 3:58.76.
Yeah, there's the start of heat number 1. Boy, we've moved right along today, haven't we? We haven't had false starts. We haven't had really any delays.
Hamilton's had strong relay teams all day. They have 3 of the 4 runners back from the group which won the state tournament a year ago.
One lap around the track for each of the 4 runners for each team. Sun Prairie team appears to have the early advantage, just ahead of Middleton. For Sun Prairie, Angie Konasek ran that first leg. Tori Sharp now with the baton for the Sun Prairie Cardinals. But on the inside, Hamilton has made a big move.
And be aware that Nina, with 3 of the 4 runners who got our meet off with a bang, setting a school record in the 3200, are competing here in the 1600 meter relay too. They shattered the state record in the 3200 by 9:30 this morning.
Man, no kidding. Just over 9 minutes was their time. It's going to be a good battle. Nina, Hamilton, Sun Prairie. Nina forges in front. That was a good leg by Linda Fahrenkrug for the Rockets. Now Jennifer Parker has it for Nina. But she'll be passed to the back straight by Hamilton. For Hamilton, that's Kate Polari, a sophomore, who made the big move to get around the runner to move into first place. Final leg coming up. Jessica Rupp now will get it for Hamilton. Courtney Pitts for Nina. Rupp now on her way, so is Pitts. Liz Sadak from Sun Prairie has the final leg for the Cardinals. She's in third. Right now, Pitts has the lead for Nina. Check that, Pitts in second. Rupp now has the lead for Hamilton.
See, I think if anything, Rupp now has lengthened the lead on
Yeah.
Pitts since starting this anchor leg and looks very comfortable coming home.
This is going to be a win for Jessica Rupp now on Hamilton. Pretty impressive run again by that Hamilton relay team, and they'll cross the line first just ahead of Nina. Sun Prairie's going to hang on for third. And Hamilton's time in Heat 1 is 3:56.42. 3:56.42.
Not a bad time at all.
Yeah.
That will give the other relay team something to shoot for in Heats 2 and 3.
Boy, Hamilton beat Nina by nearly 3 seconds in that heat.
Alex Fluck has cleared 12.6 in the pole vault to tie his state record. He is going for the state mark. The audience here has just been made aware of that.
1600 meter relay, second and final call. Boys 1600 meter relay.
Okay, here comes Heat 2 of the girls 4x400 meter relay. In lane 1 will be West Bend West. Lane 2 is Kenosha Tremper. Verona Areas lane 3. Muskego lane 4. Superior lane 5. Oregon lane 6. DC Everest will go out of lane 7, and New London takes lane 8. It's nice when they alert the crowd when something's going on.
Yeah.
To give that a little attention.
And I must say, the wonderful world of Twitter has alerted us to much of what's going on around in the field events, too.
I thought I'd never hear you use that term, the wonderful world of Twitter.
Well, I don't know if I think it's that
real
wonderful.
You're a real Renaissance guy.
No, I don't tweet.
But you read them.
Well, hey, we're here to inform. What is it, Channel 3? What do? You inform, involved,
informed, and touch.
Yeah, that's us.
Yeah, that's us.
So you were kind of an extension of that.
Truer words were never spoken. What a great day. You know, there are clouds up in the sky, but I don't see the sun ever getting blocked out.
Beautiful day.
Pretty remarkable. Final preparations for Heat 2. West Bend West, Kenosha, Tremper, Verona area. Muskego, Superior, Oregon, DC Everest, and New London, the 8 teams competing. Hamilton has posted a 3:56.42 in Heat 1.
West Bend West comes into this heat with the best sectional qualifying time at 3:57.99.
And a false start.
Only our second today in all of Division I boys and girls. Again, we have 2 heats to go in this event. Then we'll take a break and rejoin you at 3 o'clock. The Division 2 and 3 events. And again, we're back here tomorrow at 10:30 Central Time.
The officials are walking toward the offender. Oh, it looks like they're talking to lane 2. We'll see. Yep. Kenosha Tremper will be taken out of the race. Oh, that's tough. So Kenosha Tremper will not race here in Heat 2.
And lots of tears after that revelation is made known.
And nice job by the rest of her teammates to try and have some sort of consolation by word and by action, but boy, that is tough. So we're down to 7 teams running here in Heat 2. This time, no problem. Boy, the Kenosha Tremper team had run the 5th fastest time in the state coming in.
You know, expectations were high. And it's never fun when you're disqualified for a false start.
But everybody else is moving smoothly here in the 4x400 relay, Heat 2. They come around in front of the grandstand, and boy, it's 4 across, and looks like New London may have a half a stride, but now here comes Superior looking to jump in front. And Superior will have the lead at the handoff. Raya Cozy got the lead for the Spartans. And now they're trying to hang on to it. This is the second leg of 4 in the 4x400 Heat 2. Superior running in second. Now it's West Bend West with the lead. So things really turned around in that second leg. We'll get the name of the West Bend West runner. That was Alexis Wolf, a sophomore who really ran a great, strong second leg. Now Kayla Janto for West Bend West has the baton. Superior trying to keep pace with West Bend West, but right now it's about a 10-meter advantage for the Spartans of West Bend West. Of course, that's the only school in the state with two schools, right?
We learned that one year. We were at homecoming.
We went to a homecoming football game of West Bend East and West Bend West.
That was pretty cool.
They
They had a nice
quite an
parade.
event. That parade was really something.
Yeah.
Too.
They share the same building.
Anchor leg. Erica Waney, sophomore. Boy, that's a young group from West Bend West. Verona area has now moved into second ahead of Superior. But right now it's West Bend West leading the way. About a half a turn lead for Waney.
She's got a very comfortable lead. Trying to better Hamilton's time.
Well, we figured West Bend West would be right there, and the Spartans get a strong run in the second heat. They'll win it. Verona area will get second as Ashley Bartow, fine basketball player, has the anchor leg for the Wildcats. So West Bend West jumps ahead of Hamilton with a 3:56.28. 4:01.72 back to Verona area. So right now West Bend West with the top time, 3:56.28. Hamilton 3:56.42. But one more heat to go here in the 4x400.
And Milwaukee Riverside, the top seed, as the team to beat in this heat. Their time, qualifying time, 3:56.66. You'll see the Malone girls, I would think, run. Angel and Crystal, and Valerie Thames.
That's a pretty good start, isn't it? Here's the field for Heat 3. Milwaukee Riverside University, Grafton, Arrowhead, Wausau West, Pius, South Milwaukee, Brookfield East, Waunakee, and Eisenhower. So Riverside on the inside, lane one.
And this is the team results after limited action. Haley Johnson being honored as the winner of the 3,200 meters. Sarah Heineman, a UW recruit who was seeded 13th, came in second. She from Waunakee.
Those are the awards for the 3,200.
Yep, Olivia Pratt from Madison West third. Elizabeth Flatley of Brookfield Central fourth. Elena Barham of Madison West fifth. Warren Cunningham and Nicolay sixth. But the team rankings after 4 events, and that may be it after day one. Not sure if we have any more field events or not, but there's a big log jam at the top. Madison West, Menominee, Madison Memorial, Neenah, and Plymouth all have 10 points. Wausau West has 9. Brookfield, Shawano, Arrowhead, and Waunakee 8. And Menominee Falls and DC Everest was 6. So lots of teams still in with a shot at thinking about a team trophy going to tomorrow.
Right. Third heat just ahead. Riverside, Grafton, Arrowhead, Wausau West, Pius, South Milwaukee, Brookfield East, Waunakee, New Berlin, Eisenhower. 9 teams starting here in Heat 3. And underway in the third heat. Halfway through the first lap on the inside Riverside. Berlin Eisenhower on the outside, but again, don't forget that stagger that makes things look a little bit as they really aren't.
Seemed to have made up some space there in the first lap.
Yeah, Riverside's off and running, no question. Helen Thames, the freshman, now with it for Riverside. Grafton has moved into second place. Arrowhead third. Wausau West after that. But right now, Helen Thames has Milwaukee Riverside to a comfortable advantage. Coming up in the third leg of this 1,600-meter relay, Helen Thames will hand off to Valerie Thames. For Grafton, Hannah Weber has it. She's a freshman. And Arrowhead, Tegan Sineshko.
Bradley Tech set the record in this event 2 years ago. That was a group of Alexis Fuller-Stewart, Tajay Whitley, Dinah Watts, and Tiffany Matthews. They ran a 353.64 to win the state title that year.
It's an all-star team.
Yeah.
Right there. Final turn for Valerie Thames, and waiting to run the anchor leg is Crystal Malone for Milwaukee Riverside. There goes Malone cleanly. She's going to have a substantial lead heading into her lap. For Grafton, Sarah Grange is the runner. She's a junior for Grafton. Arrowhead still running third and Wausau West running fourth. But they're all trying to chase down Crystal Malone, and that's a difficult task indeed.
Crystal running with great confidence and a big lead.
She heads for the home stretch and has about a 75-meter lead.
Second best 400 time in the state coming into this, and she's going to bring it on home from Milwaukee Riverside to win this heat.
It's going to be right around 3:55.56 in that area. Somewhere in the 3:55s, I believe. So Riverside wins it, Grafton second. 3:55.43 is the time. Wow, 4 seconds better than Grafton. So we will see Riverside and compete in another relay final tomorrow in the girls' competition. Final event on the track of the morning session in Division I. Morning and afternoon session, I should say. It's the boys 4x400 meter relay. You'll see the final times of the girls 4x400 Heat 3. Riverside led the way.
Mr. Starter.
Now we go to the boys Heat 1, 4x400. Kettle Moraine, Brookfield East, Green Bay Preble, Mukwonago, Appleton North, Madison West, Stoughton, Wausau East.
Kettle Moraine with the best time in this heat at 3:20.55. The state champs from Brookfield East have a similar time. Last year they ran 3:19.13 to win the title. And while La Crosse Central is seated second in this event, they have had a scratch, James Saxton and Sawyer Smith. Smith with a cramp suffered on the high jump. Saxton, not sure why, but they've been replaced by Forrest Stala and Cody Michaels. So a blow for La Crosse Central, who was thinking they had a chance to do some damage in the team competition, and they're going to have some alternates to step up big.
That's Ryan Gerard, who's running the first leg for Appleton North. Joey Jans, a junior for Kettle Moraine, will run the first leg for the Lasers. And Heat 1 begins in the 4x400 meter relay. Madison West off to a good start in the first leg here. Joe Haase now with the baton for the Regents, but I think he might have given up the advantage a bit. Now Green Bay Preble making a move. But Preble gives up the lead to Brookfield East. Great third leg for Brookfield East. They'll give it to Carl Brandenstatter. But what a run by Brad Johnson. Well, we saw Brad Johnson earlier. He was wearing white when he won his event. Now he turned into the blue uniform for the relay, and he hands the lead to the Spartans.
He's having a good day.
Yeah. But this race is far from over. Anchor leg runners are taking their spots to the start-finish line. Brookfield East hopes to hand over the lead to that final leg, but here comes Kettle Moraine and here comes Green Bay Preble. Preble making a huge charge. Brookfield East will have the lead.
And again, they're the defending state champs.
Zach Wallenfang ran that last leg for Preble to get them back in contention. And now Preble looks to take over the lead on the final lap. Brookfield East has led most of the way, but they are getting a big challenge from Green Bay Preble. Final turn. East holds them off for now. Who's got anything left? Brookfield East looks like they're going to hold everybody off. Trenton Daniels finishes for Brookfield East. All right, they got a great run from Preble, but Brookfield East will win that heat. 3:19.42 their time. Preble, just to tick off of that, 3:20.32.
Trenton Daniels wasn't on the team, or on the relay team last year that won, but he certainly did a nice job of holding off Preble's charge and has given Brookfield East pretty good time to beat. As we go to the second to last heat in the running events in the field competition, Monona Grove's Theron Bauman won his first state title, the D1 shot put, with a time of 60 feet 9 inches.
Wow. He'll be a competitor of the discus as well. He throws the discus in like that 195 area.
Yeah, he has said he is gunning for a state record in the disc tomorrow. That record, 193.3, set by Luke Sullivan in 93. So Bauman could beat that record. That'd be quite a feat.
If you've never seen a guy throw a discus almost 200 feet, it is unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's up there forever. Now we'll see if Bauman can pull it off tomorrow. Heat 2 now, boys 4x400 meter relay. La Crosse Central will be in lane 1, Milwaukee Riverside University. Lane 2, Arrowhead, lane 3. Oak Creek in lane 4. Lane 5 goes to Ashwaubenon. Lane 6 is Janesville Parker. Lane 7, Chippewa Falls, and lane 8 will be Lakeland Union. Those are your teams in Heat 2 of the 4x400 meter relay.
Again, La Crosse Central with the best seed time at 3:24 or 3:20.49, but that's a well, Saxton will run this race. So Smith is a scratch, Saxton is not for La Crosse Central, and that's good news for one of the home schools. Smith tweaked a hamstring in the high jump. That's the reason he will not run.
Aaron Crosse will be the first runner for La Crosse Central. We'll keep an eye out on where they'll fall into place there. Cody Michaels looks like he'll be the second runner for Central. And Saxton looks like he's lining up to be the third leg of this relay.
Big cover story in the Crosse Tribune today on this relay team. So they were the media darlings for a nice 4-page special section that the Tribune did.
Jake Rowe looks like he's going to be the anchor man for La Crosse Central, but right now Arrowhead looks like they're going to have the lead after the first leg of the second heat. Sean Berendis now with the baton for the Warhawks of Arrowhead. He has the lead on Milwaukee Riverside. And Riverside is closing the gap. Kastelhausen makes a push for the lead around the outside for Riverside. Ashwaubenon running third right now, but there's the pass by Hausen. And boy, that's a close call for the lead after that leg. Nicholas Mike now running for Milwaukee Riverside. Arrowhead leading the way. Arrowhead 1, Riverside 2, Ashwaubenon 3. That's the running order. heading into the anchor leg. Steve Radzetsky for Arrowhead now with it. Patrick Chetman for Milwaukee Riverside will try to run him down.
And he's got some distance to make up after a strong third leg by Berendis.
Solid lead for Arrowhead to Riverside, and then pretty good gap back to second or third, fourth, and fifth. Chippewa Falls has moved into third place, but right now Arrowhead. Here comes Chetman. Chetman trying to win it at the wire, but not quite. Just enough there for Steve Radzetsky. And Arrowhead's winning time is 3:20.34. Just ahead of Riverside, 3:20.50. Crosse Central third in that heat, 3:22.97.
Ladies and gentlemen, we do have one field event still in competition at this time.
So Brookfield East's time in the first heat still the one to beat, as we see the runners come for Heat 3, where Grafton is the top seed overall with a time of 3:20 flat.
This morning's session. This is the 55th race of this morning's session. And would you join me in giving all of the volunteer workers and our officials?
Well, we are heading into our 55th race of the morning and afternoon.
And here's the complete results from the boys' shot put. I told you Theron Bauman of Winona Grove's the champ with the toss of 60 feet 9 inches. In fact, Theron and these young men are going to go to the awards stand right now as I'll fill you in who's going to be up there. Bauman the winner. Jason Zahn, a senior from Grafton, is second. Zach Poker, a junior from Oconomowoc, third. Brian Caffin, a junior from Hudson, is fourth. Riley Buddy of Beaver Dam, fifth. And Trevor Stinky of Janesville Parker, sixth. That in the boys' shot put Division I. And after 4 events, again, this closes out the Division I competition today. The team results look like this. Janesville Craig has 16 points. They're the leader. Winona Grove, 10 3/4 in second place, just ahead of La Crosse Central. Rice Lake, Brookfield East, and Brookfield Central all have 10. That includes the defending champs from Brookfield East. Grafton and Hudson with 8 points. Arrowhead with 7. Seymour is in the top 10 with 6 3/4, and then it's Waukesha South, Oconomowoc, and Kimberly with 6. So Janesville Craig are your first day leader, and congrats to Theron Bauman, who will get his plaudits right now.
Heat 3 of the boys 4x400 meter relay. There you see the field. Grafton, Homestead, Marquette University, Kenosha, Bradford, Middleton, Franklin, Kimberly, Oshkosh North, and Oshkosh West. And it looks like we may run the race before we actually present the awards, because they have a little trouble getting in the words boys shot put when they slide it in to take the picture. So that delay apparently is enough to have us run the race first and then hand out the awards for the shot put.
So you got the award winners before the crowd here.
There you go. Breaking news. $3:19.42 the time to beat from Brookfield East. And again, the goal here is to reach the finals. Got a good enough qualifying time to get to tomorrow. First time around for this heat. And our first exchange. And the second leg runners on their way. Looks like Kenosha Bradford making a move toward the lead. Grafton, though, has the lead. Yep, Grafton first, Kenosha Bradford second. Patrick Tobianski will get the baton for Grafton. He'll get it from Kevin Wagner. Nice job by Kevin Wagner on that second leg for Grafton to get them the lead. So Patrick Tobianski has Grafton in front right now. Bradford's second. Homestead has now moved into third, and they're making a challenge for that number 2 spot.
What a battle for second place.
Homestead and Marquette University in a great battle for second. But Grafton still leading the way. Marcus Hill now with it for Grafton. Jay Schneider chasing him for Homestead. Marquette University now running in third. Marcus Hill for Grafton. Jay Schneider for Homestead. Hill hugging that inside line. Schneider, if he makes a move, is going to have to go to the outside, and here he comes. Hill's holding him off for now, but Schneider's right there, stride for stride. Who's going to win the lean at the line? I think it's going to be Grafton by the slimmest of margins. Whoa, what a finish.
Really a good finish. We started with a bang, we end with a photo finish almost. The start was provided by the Neenah girls, who set a state record in winning the 3,200 relay. The finish here, I think, is Grafton winning the last heat of the 1,600 meter relay.
I don't think those guys held much back in the qualifier.
No.
That was pretty much full tilt. Okay, so Homestead won the lean. They get 3:20.28.
Wow.
100th of a second ahead of Grafton.
I believe that. And Brookfield East, the defending champs, will go into Saturday with the best time in the final event of the Division I boys competition. All in all, shapes up for quite a day tomorrow.
Yeah, sure does.
Got introduced to some of the stars, and nobody disappointed.
So that wraps up the morning and early afternoon competition in Division I. First, we'll finally get those awards. I tell you what, if I ever need bodyguards, I'd take these 6 guys in a heartbeat. You'd have nothing to worry about.
Yeah, some big boys.
Theron Bauman of Monona Grove, the champion, and there you see the other 5 medal winners. They'll hang that picture proudly the rest of their lives, that's for sure.
What, B.J. Shelton of Beaver Dam, big star today, advanced to finals in the 100, 200, 800 relay. Spencer Turriff will be back to defend in the 300 hurdles tomorrow. John Abernathy, man to beat in the 100. So lots of stars. We met the boys' side, and on the girls' side, well, as expected, Alexis Fuller-Stewart wins her top seed in the 100 hurdles, the 100 and the 200. Kat Keller's got a chance in the 400, and Michelle Garner, the 2-time champ in the low hurdles, will be back to try to make it 3 in a row. We'll get to see Molly Seidel tomorrow try to win her 4th 3,200. And again, only Susie Favor-Hamilton. That's this category Susie Favor-Hamilton's in. They both have won 4 state cross-country titles. You'll get to see Molly Seidel, and she's something special.
Well, we hope we'll see Alexis Fuller-Stewart.
Yeah, good point.
She went down at the end of that last race and looked in pretty difficult shape, but we'll see if the great star from Milwaukee, Bradley Tech, will be healthy enough to
No
compete in the
updates
finals
from all
tomorrow.
our tweeters on that, and that is unfortunate. If you come back at 3 o'clock and rejoin us, we'll try to get an update on Alexis's condition.
Okay. Well, we were going to hang around to see if the girls pole vault were going to get their awards, but now I guess they're going to go up to the podium. Should we give them a little shout out here? There you go. These are the girls pole vault winners.
You know, with all my paper, I don't think I have the winners here.
I think she's from Ashwaubenon. I'm guessing that's Alex Flucky, right?
Yeah, we left her as she was going for a state record, and so I know she won. I don't know.
So Flucky won. Cammie Gilson of Arrowhead second place.
Okay,
So
you're right. Flucky went
right.
12-6. Gilson second. I just given it to us by our main man, Steve Thurwacker. Taylor Corkum of Wisconsin Lutheran third. Nicole Larson of West Dallas Central fourth. And Grady Keating of DC Evers fifth. Audra Weiss of Burlington sixth. So at the end of day one, the team results have Arrowhead in first place with 16 points. Madison Memorial, Madison West, Plymouth, Neenah, Menominee, Ashwaubenon, and DC Evers all bunched with 10. Wausau West with 9. And Waunakee, Shawano, and Brookfield East with 8 points. So Arrowhead looks like the team to beat, as expected, going to day two.
All right, that wraps up our coverage of the Division I, Day 1 at the WIAA State Boys and Girls Track and Field Championships on the campus of the University of Wisconsin La Crosse. A reminder, we'll be back with you on foxsportswisconsin.com at 3 o'clock when we begin preliminaries and final competition in Divisions 2 and 3. For our entire crew, along with Bill Brophy, I'm Jay Wilson. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you right back here at 3 o'clock.